true to come over until the end of tunnel. This melody will embrace you. I'm waiting here, waiting for you. Across the westerly ocean, to fly you straight, this song's for you. A constant light, will pierce deep night. Reach your home again, just this moment sing for you. The voice of empathy spaced out, a soft sound to reach you there. No doubt too deep, the faith that I keep. I'm waiting here for you, return one day. The reality voice is round you. A star so faint to cold dark night. Hope shines steadfast, a beacon true to come over until the end of tunnel. This melody will embrace you. I'm waiting here, waiting for you.
Hello, 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 everybody. It has been a bit. since my last live stream. Well, maybe more or less a month ago. I apologize if I sound a little strange. Last night I ate ramen, and like the ramen was really hot, so I think I ended up burning my tongue, and it feels a little weird to talk in the moment. So yeah, I think I should have been a little bit more patient when drinking that. Drinking the soup and everything, because honestly, I couldn't stop myself from eating the ramen because it was delicious. So honestly, I just ended up, I burned my tongue. Excuse me. I definitely burned my tongue. So yeah. Forgive me if I sound a little strange, but whatever. Anyway, so hello everybody. Seems like, everybody, so we're now here. Currently just in Nutland, not for any reason. So, I guess we might as well get started with our topic. So, just give me a moment. I'm gonna go ahead and set up everything. So, what I will be doing is I'll be heading directly into the Serenity Teapot. But before I do that, I'm just gonna get my... Where are they? My Genshin crew. Yeah, we'll be heading into the teapot, and I will also be opening up Paintal Sai. I do think it is worth mentioning that my previous method for measuring all of the player speeds and everything. Oh yeah, I should probably talk about what the stream is about in the first place. Yeah, so anyway, definitely have streamed before. This stream is basically the stream will be basically just measuring the speeds of the player. So, you know, there's the jogging speed, which is this, there's the walking speed, which is this, and then there's the gliding speed, wind glider. And the wind glider will be both split into both its horizontal and vertical component. So yeah, that's really all that means. That's really all it is. I will just be measuring that. And for the first part of this stream, I will mainly be talking about how exactly I plan on doing that. So, yeah. Currently at the moment, I guess I might as well give everybody a bit of a primer before we head to other places. First of all, I'm gonna go over here so that way I can actually show you what I was talking about. And if I head over to my desktop, all right, yep, here we are on my desktop. One of the videos that I had I uploaded a while back. I mean, like probably one of my earlier Genshin videos. Yeah, one of my earlier Genshin videos is... Where is it? There it is, these two videos. How to measure distances in Genshin Impact and more accurate speed measurements. Now, this is the last time that I actually updated the player speed measurements. From this video. So, yeah. It's been about 2 years, a bit more than 2 years, more or less. And I think it's about time we actually update them, because it is very important that they are accurate, is because it is the basis for all of my measurements in terms of distances. A lot of my videos rely on these values being accurate. So yeah, it's very important that I make sure that these things are accurate, otherwise all of my measurements kind of are slightly off or something. So yeah, today Anyway, enough about that. Let me go back to here. Let's go over here. So, yep, over here we have a very simple setup. And you can also see that there's this Twang Bang Bang mini game here that you can buy from Tubby, and it's basically the the one shoot the exploding barrels game. So yeah, so what I would do is I would actually specifically have these teleporters placed throughout, and then because you're here, you can actually see the distance on the marker there. So what I would actually do is, like, for example, if I'm doing walking speed, I would walk directly towards the thing. Now this isn't now I do think I can still improve this, because for one, this distance would only be more accurate if it's relatively far away. Otherwise, you kind of need to consider the relative position. Like, for example, I don't know if this is measured from like Remeasuring's foot or something, and let me go just a little closer. And if I jump, I feel like it might. Oh, okay, not like that. Ah, yeah, you can see that if I jump, it's probably measuring. If it was like, so it has to be whatever this thing is measuring. It has to be wherever. I'm guessing it's Remeasuring's foot. So you can technically see that we have a right triangle here, and the distance that's shown there is the hypotenuse. So it's not going to be the horizontal distance if I'm trying to get the if I'm trying to get the horizontal speed, I need the horizontal distance, not this hypotenuse thing. And one easy way to actually minimize that error due to like the being diagonal is to, well, either lower this or to actually put this very far in the distance. Yeah, so that's what I plan to do. It's important to know that the distance to barrels cannot be farther than about 120, I believe, 120 meters. So yeah, that's our maximum limit for how far we can place these barrels. Anyway, so yeah, that is basically it. That is the basic premise. Now, how exactly do I go about actually measuring everything? Well, let's just say that I haven't really thought about it yet. But I just have a vague idea of how I'm doing it, but I actually, I haven't actually done. Really thoroughly thought about it. So, first of all, I want to go back to. I want to go back here. And then I'll go back to my other teapot, because that's just where I usually do my stuff. And yeah, for a bit and for a while, we'll probably be going into like Paint Tool Sci or like my drawing program to be able to write everything out. So yeah, as you can see, this is actually where I did a lot of my testing for the aero physics of the game, which I still need to actually correct by, which is, it's really funny. It's kind of sad. That thing needs to be fixed eventually. It's hard to find time. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna take these out. And hopefully I have a lot of them, because do I have a lot of them? And where are they? 15, okay. Okay, yeah, this is what I'll do. I think I could get rid of that one as well. I'll keep those. A bunch of exploding barrels here. I'm going to save, and hopefully I'll be able to because I feel like I might need more scaffolding, so I'm just gonna head over to my mansion over here.
This robe.
So yeah, teapot gameplay. Not exactly my intention, but yeah. Where is it? Right, I forgot I can filter. Floating platforms. This one. Yeah, I would like to make quite a few of those. So, why not? Let's just make 10 of them. We have plenty of currency, so I'll be more than happy to buy these. So yeah, let me just buy those and immediately get all of those. Can I do this? Yep, there we go.
I do.
Oops, did not mean to do that. Sorry, Tubby. Yeah. Anyway. What did you say? I know. You don't know what a hex nut is? A hexagonal nut? You have a bolt in your hair. Or is that a screw? The difference between the bolt and the screw is whether or not the threads already exist, whatever, something like that. But okay, I'm a little just like, she does mechanical stuff. How can she not know what a hex nut is? Usually a bolt always comes with a nut. It's also kind of some technical thing that has to do with fastening, with bolts usually need a nut to fasten itself, and a screw doesn't. So yeah. Anyway, enough about that nerdy stuff. Let's talk about other nerdy stuff. Anyway. So yeah, let me actually talk about how I'm going to go about this. So let me go ahead and just sit the player down. Or, you know what, I'll just open this. There you go. Alright. Paint tool side. So that we can actually discuss the... physics and any relevant math statistics. So here, paint tool side. Whoops, I need to connect some stuff. And give me a moment. Just give me a moment. All right, sorry for that. Sorry for that. Yeah, sorry for me being quiet there for a moment. I had to just needed to do something. Anyway, so how exactly are we going to do this? Well, first we have to get acquainted with the very basics of kinematics. So, what is the relationship between speed and distance and whatnot? So, yeah, let me just write this out. We have kinematics, so that we know what we're dealing with basically. So kinematics. And another thing that we need to, essentially need to, and if we're going to talk about like motion, there's no other place to start than the kinematic equations. However, even that is a little bit more than we need. In reality, all we really need is when we have a constant velocity, what we need to recognize is that the derivative of displacement with respect to time is the velocity. And well, now that's a pretty basic fact. It's more of just velocity is the rate of change of your displacement over time. That's really all it says. So, and well, if we actually want to calculate if you want to determine the displacement, what we need to do is and what I'm also going to do is assume, since we're not dealing with any acceleration, since the acceleration is equal to 0, so actually we should be writing it like this, that the second derivative of displacement, or the rate of change of velocity, is equal to 0, because we're assuming that the velocity is constant. And well, it actually is for when the player is walking, jogging, and gliding. The player speeds are constant. So this v here, that's a constant value. Just to note. And then what we need to do to be able to actually determine the equation for s is simply to integrate. Like this. So we're going to integrate. Just like that. Now, when we integrate, we'll apply the fundamental theorem of calculus. So this will become equal to s, and then we'll have vt plus some sort of constant. Now, what exactly is that constant? Well, for our simplicity, we essentially will consider some sort of initial. We consider it as a initial condition here. So in this case, we need to say that the displacement at time is equal to some time. In this case, we'll just say 0 is equal to some vector. We'll call it s naught. And if you were to actually take this equation that we calculated with the integral and substituted this condition into it, so we got s at time is equal to 0. Sorry if you can hear a lot of background noise. So if we substitute 0 here, we can now actually calculate the constant here. So this so you have v multiplied by 0, so that will be a 0. So, oh, and by the way, we need to substitute for time here, so that should be s naught. And you can actually clearly see here that s is equal to c, s naught. So we essentially have this s is equal to v times t. Some basic integral calculus for you guys, by the way. And in this case, we actually don't care about the initial displacements. So what we actually more care about is the change in the displacement. So what I'm going to notate as s displacement minus the s initial displacement is equal to our velocity times time. And simply put, we can notate this as delta s is equal to v times t. So yeah, this is literally it. This is just our equation for This is just our equation for that we'll be dealing with, and it should be pretty... It's actually pretty obvious as to why this is the case. You know, it's speed. Speed is distance divided by time, so it's naturally this. It's just that when you're dealing with a changing velocity, then that's when you need to use integration to actually obtain the kinematic equations and whatnot. So, yeah, this is the basic equation that we're working with. We just need to know, we need to have a distance and time. Now, in my previous videos, I'm so sorry if you can all hear. I'm so sorry if it's just like a bunch of background noise. I really am. I really am sorry. By the way, I just want to ask, or never mind. Well, here's what I'll just do this. Okay, so we have delta S is equal to V times T. And yeah, that's the equation that we'll be working with. I'll just put this to the side. So, you know, it's pretty easy. You could just, yeah. So, yeah, sorry about this. You start with a measured distance and you divide it by the time. You got speed. And that's what I've done in all of my previous videos. I would have some initial starting distance, which would be like this, D, and the player would essentially just walk from one end to the other, and then I measure the time to do that. But that's not what I want to do in this video. What I want to do this time is to have this. So instead of being delta S, I'm gonna just focus on the X and X position. And what I'm going to do is plot the X position over time. So in our setup, it'll look something like this. Looks something similar, and let's just assume that this is very long. So we have our player, and they're going to be doing their jogging, so, or whatever. I'll just put them like right there. This is the player, and they'll move at some sort of velocity. Next, what we'll have to do is that, you know, here's the indicator for your distance. Now, like I said earlier, this is technically a diagonal distance, but if we want to get it more accurate, we can either lower it to the level of the player's feet, or we can also move it far. In which case, I'll just do both, so that way we can minimize error as much as possible. Okay. Then, essentially what I'll do is just, as this player is walking forward, I will keep an eye on the indicator. So let's just say that this... Sorry, okay. I am sorry. I need to... Just give me a moment. I need to attend to something. Okay, everyone, I am sorry for all of this. Sorry, yeah. Just something really important is, and something really important just popping up, and I need to, focus on that. So, anyway, let me actually continue my discussion here. So we have this person, and I will just indicate, let's say that we have some distances along this path here. And, if, as you know, the distance shown indicated on the distance shown here is an integer value. Excuse me. And this integer value will update by 1 meter. So basically here we'll have a distance of 1 meter, and then we'll have a distance of 1 meter, so on and so forth. Distance of 1 meter, 1 meter. Yeah, by intervals of 1 meter. Yeah. So what I'm essentially going to do is have the player walk forward, then as they walk and as we see the indicator change, we will measure the time at each the total elapsed time at each interval. So this one will be T2. We'll have T3. Then we'll have T4, T5. There we go. And yeah, you can also see here that, and yeah, we will also be able to plot our position versus time graph here. So, so yeah, so essentially what we should expect is that we'll have like something that looks somewhat like this. So maybe in intervals of like this, it'll be something like this. Maybe then we'll be like that. That won't exactly. Maybe sometimes we'll get like this. But the point is, we should expect that once we plot all of our points, which will be x1, t1, x2, t2, x3, t3, and so on, we plot all of our points. x1, x2, x3, x4, t4, and x5, t5. All of this, we can draw a line draw a line through it using linear regression. So yeah, that's really all that is to this. That's really all there is to this one. You draw a straight line through it. Yeah, okay. So we'll just draw a straight line of it, and then using linear regression, and this line has a specific equation which will have like y is equal to, or actually no, it's not y. It's going to be x is equal to v times t plus some constant value. In this case, we'll kind of just ignore that constant value, but what matters is that we'll be able to measure the velocity if we get this equation of the line, and that's really all there is. That's really all it is to that one. And yeah, as for what are x1, x2, x3, and so forth, essentially it's just going to be like this. xi is simply equal to, well, actually it's just going to be equal to I. So x1 is just 1 meter, x2 is 2 meters, and so forth. Now, here's the problem. Typically, it's not as clean as this. Like, what exactly do I mean by not as clean? So, let's say that this platform was just a little bit longer like this, and this is 1 meter over here. Now, because we are only shown the integer values of the distance from this indicator, we do not know if we initially start at like this line here. Ideally, the player should be right at this 1 meter part so that the distance is accurate 1-to-1. However, we do not know that because the player could be anywhere within anywhere from between here and here, and the distance will remain the same. So that's a bit of a problem. So the reality is, maybe at here it will show a distance, like we'll call it D0, but once we go to D1, once we move forward and see that first change from D0 to D1, we will immediately just say that, yeah, we will start measuring time from there. So we'll walk forward, wait for the distance to indicate to decrease by 1 meter, then we will measure the time it takes for it to drop to D2. So, you know, here, and then we have D2. So, yeah, we'll wait. We won't measure the time here. We won't measure time here. So we will not have any T0 or something. We'll just wait for it to change for the first time. Then we'll start measuring the time between D1 and D2. That's what that will be. Now, of course, this is all fun and dandy, but how exactly do we even, you know, get the equation of this line here? Because that's the whole thing that will allow us to calculate the velocity in the first place. Well, as it turns out, there's something in statistics called linear regression. So what exactly is linear regression? Well, I've talked about it actually multiple times on the channel. Linear regression specifically has been mentioned in one of my videos relating to the gravity of Teyvat. However, I'll just re-explain it here. So imagine that we have a bunch of data. Well, yeah, we already know what it is. It's basically doing that. It draws a straight line through your data. But how do we obtain that straight line in the first place? Well, if we imagine that we have some sample data, we'll just call it, let's just say our data is like this. Our data is our X and our Y. And we're also going to assume that we have this form. We have Y, that the model is of this linear form. Yi is equal to beta 1 xi plus beta naught. So you can actually clearly see that this is already the equation of a line. Y is equal to mx plus b. You have y, m, and b. Now you might be wondering what's with the y subscript I. That's just referring to which sample it is. In this case, it would actually be x and t. Our x would be our y, and our t would be our t would be the x. So sorry if it's a little confusing. Actually, you know, sorry, it's so used to being like this. I'll rewrite everything in terms of x and t in a bit. Yeah. So anyway, the point is that we want to use statistics to determine these beta 1 and beta naught. This beta 1 is going to be our velocity, and this beta naught we just need to calculate it. It's not the quantity we're interested in, but we just want to know beta 1. So, well, as it turns out that we can actually compact this expression a bit more if we use vectors. So if we, instead of like doing y subscript I and x subscript I, we can compact it into this. So we have a matrix X, and then we have our beta as a bunch of vectors. Now that might sound a little confusing, but trust me, it's not too bad. So you can have you have y1, y2, ... all the way up to your yn, which is the number of samples you have, the number of times measurements you have. Then we'll also do, and this will be equal to, well, this sort of matrix, which we have 1, whoops, and there's no plus, and we'll have well, in our first column, this matrix will have a bunch of 1s on the first, and then for the next one we'll have a bunch of x. So we have x1, x2, all the way down to xn. All right, and then lastly we'll have beta naught and beta 1. Now, this might look really confusing if you've never seen matrix notation and whatnot. First of all, this is just this equation written out. And if you want to actually look at it, you can imagine like we'll take this vector and we'll take the first, multiply it like this, and yeah, it will take this part, multiply this, and then you add it with this one times that. So essentially you'll get beta times 1 plus beta naught times 1 plus x1 times beta 1. And as you can see, if you were to swap all of this, you would actually get this equation again. So it's really just the same exact way, just expressed in a different way. Now, of course, like I said, we would actually like to be able to calculate beta naught and beta 1, and well, we do that with this equation, where beta hat is the predicted values of our it's the predicted values of our predicted values of our constant. Oh, by the way, I forgot to add, there's a bit of an error term here because it's not going to be a one-to-one perfect model. There are going to be mistakes and error. It's not going to, regardless of what values you choose for beta naught and beta 1, you're going to have a little bit of error at least. So yeah, that's what this epsilon thing here is. But in any case, when we actually do predictions, which is represented by this y hat, we can just essentially just replace it with our best statistics predicted values. Anyway, this beta hat is equal to xt, the transpose of our x matrix, multiplied by that, and we take the inverse of that, times xt, and our y sample data. Transpose, by the way. So, yeah. Let me actually just put this on a different page so that way we can read everything. So yeah, there we go. We have all of this. We have all this stuff. Now, of course, we would like to be able to calculate stuff, so let's actually do that. First of all, we have this xt times x. So essentially xt is going to be equal to this, but we're going to turn this matrix on its head. So this x1 will now be on a bottom row, be just like this. And the reason why I'm talking about this is actually because I don't remember the exact equations, but I certainly know how to derive them, so I'm just going to end up deriving them myself anyway. By the way, do you actually want to see me derive this, or do you just want me to just shut up and quickly do it and then move on so that we can actually get to the main topic? Because yeah, right now I'm talking about this because I mainly just want to, because I forgot, because since I'm doing it anyway, I thought I might as well explain it as what I'm doing anyway. Yeah. Anyway, we're doing, essentially I'm just going to be computing this matrix inside of here, which is the x transpose times x. If we just need to compute all of those components, in which case you can see which here we'll first calculate. This is going to be a 2 by 2 matrix, and in this first there are 4 elements like this. Now for this first element here, we'll take this one and this one. and we'll multiply these two, this one and that one, and then we'll add it with the multiplication of the next two, and so on and so forth until you reach the very last one. In which case, you notice, well, in this case it's very simple. We have 1 times 1, so that's just 1, plus, well, same thing, 1 plus 1 plus plus 1. Yeah, so for this very first term, we have this equation, essentially. We have 1 added n times, essentially. So that should actually just be n in this first column, because we're adding there. You can see here we have 1, this is 2, so we have 2 plus like this, plus that, plus that, plus that, and there are n of them, so n. I hope that makes sense. Sorry if this is not the most comprehensive here. So let's now calculate this one. So again, we'll take this one, but this time, because we're in this row, this column, I mean, we're going to multiply with this one. So again, same logic. Multiply this one times this x1, then this one times this x2, so on and so forth until you reach the last one. And this time, it will actually be the sum. You know, we'll specifically get this x1 plus x2 dot 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 all the way up to xn, and we can compact this thing by using this notation, sigma I from n to 1, from like this, yeah, like that. Now I'm going to get tired of writing this n and like that, so what I'm going to just do is just write this as a sigma instead. So that way it doesn't get too complicated. So that way it's just, I don't have to constantly be writing xi from I is equal to 1 all the way up to n. So yeah, there we go. Summation of xi. Yeah. Now for this one, okay. Take this, do the same thing. Got the first row now. So multiply, 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 and add all of them. In which case, you might actually notice that it's exactly the same as this one, so we'll just do that. I'll just try to speed up so that way we can actually get to the main topic. And for the last one, we have the bottom row. We'll take this second row and the second column, multiply each one, so we'll have this times that, that times that, and add all of them. In this case, it's just a little bit different than this. So, you know, we have x1 times x1. Well, what's x1 times x1? That's x1 squared. Then we have x2 times x2. Well, that's just x2 squared, and so on, all the way up to xn times xn, which is xn squared. So all we got to do is to add a square sign, and now we have all of the components of the first of that matrix. So sum xi squared. All right, so this is our matrix, the matrix inside of this. What we have to do now is to actually get the inverse of this, and to do that, the inverse of a matrix, we'll just call it A, or actually, well, why not? We'll write it like this. So X transpose X inverse, and that is going to be equal to the determinant of X transpose X, or divided by so 1 over the transpose, and then we have the adjoint matrix of X transpose X. Now this sounds really, I'm sorry if this is really complicated. Essentially, then the adjoint matrix is just X transpose X. Then we take the transpose of the cofactor matrix of I am so sorry. This probably sounds like a bunch of gibberish to all of you. But, yeah. Anyway, so the cofactor matrix of X transpose X. Essentially, because this is a 2x2 matrix, we have a very simple case. Essentially, what you would do is at every component, you would do something like this. So you would essentially take the determinant. So if I wanted to determine the cofactor matrix of the first row, first column, what I would need to do is to essentially just take the determinant of the remaining matrix when you like you cross out all of the stuff in the X transpose X matrix, and then you take the determinant of whatever's left. So yeah, notice that this is actually crossing at the row 1, column 1. That's very important, and because that's what we're trying to get the component for, the 1, 1. So we just take the determinant of whatever is not crossed off, and in this case it's just a single value, so the determinant is just going to be equal to this xi squared, like that. And we'll do that again. So for this one here, we need to intersect at this one here, so we're gonna cross out everything, so it's just equal to that. We'll do the same thing here, cross out here, xi like that. And then for the last one, it's actually just going to be equal to n. All right, there we go. Now we have that. Now we have our cofactor matrix. Next we have to do is to take the transpose of it. But luckily for us, the transpose of the cofactor matrix in this case is going to be equal to itself. Why? Because you would just simply swap these two, and well, these are the exact same term, so this is also equal to its transpose. So in a sense, this is also equal to the adjoint matrix of X transpose X. Now, what about the determinant of X transpose X? That one is also pretty simple. In which case, we just take our original matrix. For any 2x2 matrix, you first go from take this one and add that one. So we have n times x squared I, and then we subtract by the opposite one. So in this case we have minus x I, and then square that. So yeah, that's the determinant of that matrix. So that, now we can actually calculate everything. So actually no, we still need to calculate this X transpose of and Y. There's a lot of stuff that we need to do. Okay, I want to ask everyone in chat if, or maybe there's no, but I don't know if anybody's here. Maybe not, I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking. I don't know if anyone's here. In any case, we have this. Oops. We have our transpose. So 1, 1, all the way up to 1, like this. x1, x2, all the way to xn. Do that, and well, simply put, you do the same thing. This will, instead of a 2x2 matrix, this is actually just going to be a 1 column 2 row matrix. So for the first one, we'll take this first row and this one, because what else is there? And then we multiply, then add all of them. In which case, you'll just get the sum of yi. Next one, take this one, multiply, and this one, multiply, and multiply. And well, this one is simply just the sum of xi and yi. So let me write that more cleanly. So we have x transpose y is just equal to summation of yi, and then the next component is the summation of xi, yi. So yeah, that is our x, y. Now, we now need to actually calculate our, you know, our actual matrix here, our actual beta values, which is what we were doing this whole thing for. So beta hat, that's going to be equal to, so we take our determinant, 1, which will be n, this, sum xi squared minus sum of xi, and we square those. Put that. Then we have our adjoint matrix. I'll just rewrite it. If nobody wants to really see me or hear me talk about what I'm doing in detail, don't. It's alright. It's okay, I understand, because I'm probably explaining this very terribly at the moment. I'm sorry, I'm not the best with live immediate commentary and talking, but that's what I have to do. But, you know, yeah. Anyway, we have once again this little thing here where we have to multiply everything out. Now, so we have to multiply everything out, and so again, this is we got 2 rows and 1 column. We'll multiply, add. In which case, we have this, the summation of yi multiplied by the sum of xi squared so yeah, that's this times that. Then we have to add this one, so xi, and multiply that by the product, the sum of the product of x and y. So xi times yi, like that, and then we'll divide that by this determinant. This whole thing we'll divide it by the determinant, which is this n sum of xi squared minus sum of xi, and that the whole sum is squared like this. And there we go. This is our beta 1. This is our beta 1. Specifically our beta 1 hat. Now, again, the whole point is that we wanted to get this value for beta 1. That's what we've been doing this whole time. That's what this whole derivation was leading up to. Being able to determine this beta 1, because we can use that to determine our velocity. But first we also need to get beta 0 here. So once again, we'll have to just do the matrix multiplication and figure out everything. So this is a lot of mess. Let me try to clean this up. Actually, we probably don't. Why not? We'll. Whatever. I'll leave it. I'll just put this here. Move this all around. Move this up. Because I need space. Sorry if my commentary is all jumbled. So yeah, next we have beta naught. In which case, we're now on the second row, so we'll have to multiply these two. So first two, multiply this first one and that one, and this one and that one, and we'll add them. So multiply and then add. So we'll have summation of yi, summation of xi. So yeah, that's the first one. Then we'll do that again with n times that. So n times the sum of their product. And then we divide by our determinant. In this case, I'll just take this right here and divide everything. And before that, I'm going to align that. And there we go. We now finally have our equations for beta naught and beta 1 using statistics, and these will be our these are the equations that we will use to determine the velocity and the initial x naught here. Now, of course, I'm using x and y here, so I think you would probably appreciate it if I put it in terms of x and time. So all we need to do is to just remember that in our case, yi is simply going to be x. That sounds really confusing, but our xi is going to be our time. And yeah, so I'll just rewrite everything, and I'll put it in here so that way people will be able to, yeah. So our predicted velocity, which I will call v hat, like this is going to be this beta 1 here. Let me put this down, move this up so that way I could see the equation. So simply put, remember our y is we'll take, whenever we see a y, we'll replace it with an xi. So this will be an xi. Then we'll have we'll put our time here, so ti, but it was going to be squared, then plus ti, so and then ti, or xi, ti. And then we have our number of samples multiplied with ti squared minus our sum, that should be in parentheses here, sum of our times. Let me square that. Now, it should be worth mentioning that we should check the units of this thing, because this is supposed to be a velocity, and velocity has essentially meters per second. So we need to make sure that when we actually plug in the values for this, we actually get meters per second. Otherwise, it just really wouldn't make sense. Unfortunately, interesting. It actually looks like the units aren't consistent, huh? That's interesting. In any case, it's really weird. Yeah, that's really weird. Hold on a second. Let me take a look at. We have our cofactor matrix. Ah, wait a second. Oh, okay, I'm stupid. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. What I ended up doing is I ended up mixing beta 1 and beta naught. So, okay, that's what I did wrong. Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry. This is not beta 1. The beta 1 is the other term. So this is why you check your units, people. Sometimes it really helps to do that. So this is actually this point here, this little intersection, that's going to be our x naught. In this case, that's going to be equal to our beta hat like that. Sorry, I am so sorry about that. I made them, that's my bad. So, this is actually x naught, and we'll call it x naught hat because that's our prediction. Because you can see here that we have second square, because if you actually looked at the units, we have summation of xi. Well, what's xi? That should be meters, and then we have times squared, so meters times second squared, and then, well, this one's also meters and second squared, so that's what's going to be in the numerator. But if you look at the denominator, we have only second squared. Cancel those out, and you will only get meters distance. So that's why I was able to figure out, oh, this is actually referring to the intercept. Yeah, okay. So I'm sorry that probably confused you all, if that confused you all, but yeah, basically these are our equations. And then now we're gonna do the velocity, because that's the one that we actually want to know. And well, yeah, so next we have, this one is going to be what's our y? It's going to be xi. What's our x? That's going to be t. Like this. We add n. And then we'll check the units again, just to make sure, just a little. So xi, we replace that with t. I'm just gonna write it like this. Then, well, we just take this and divide it. So, if we look at the numerator, we have a meter times second, and in the denominator we'll have second squared. Yep, that's velocity. All right, we're good. Okay, there we go. Now we have our equations, and just to be explicit, this, when I use a sigma here, that will specifically be the summation from I is equal to 0 all the way up to n. And with that, we finally have our equation for predicting for predicting what our velocity and whatnot what our position, x position, would be over time, like this. Yeah, of course there will be some error, and we need a way to specifically measure how accurate this value is. We need a way to be able to measure the accuracy of this line, because as you can see here in this example I drew, it doesn't perfectly match up with every point here. There are some differences. So we need a way to measure how closely it matches those data points. And what we do, there luckily exists a value called the r-squared value. The r-squared value, essentially, if it's closer to 1, it's better. It's more matching the data, and if it's closer to 0, it doesn't match it as well. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, this is probably gonna sound so complicated. So this r-squared value, it has that this equation, and then for SSE, this is going to be the sum of error. So oh gosh, do I even remember the equation? Give me a moment. I need to look up something. All right, sorry about that. The sum of SSE, which is called the sum of square error or something like that, it's essentially the sum of xi minus xi hat squared, the sum of the squares, by the way, not this. It's not this. It's specifically the sum of the squares. In any case, if you actually were to expand this SSE, you would get xi squared minus 2 the sum of the sum, come on, times the sum of xi x hat I plus the sum of x I hat squared. So that will be our SSE. And then for SST, this one, it's specifically the sum of xi minus xi. Wait. Oh, sorry. Xi bar, where x bar is the average. So, and square, the sum of squares. This one, when we actually expand it, when we actually expand SST, when we expand this one, it's going to be the sum of yi squared minus the number of samples times, oops, should be using xi here because talking about the times x, and just to make it explicit, we have 1 over n and the sum of xi. Holy crap, that should be it. That should be all of the equations. Dear gosh, yeah, how long has it been? It's been 1 hour and 30 minutes. Okay, that's all of the equations that we need to actually plot a graph and then measure how accurately it matches to the data. That's what this is. So, yeah, hopefully you can understand what I'm doing. Did any of that even make sense? I'm sorry. This was a very incoherent mess. It was a very incoherent mess. I really apologize. Do any of you like for me to probably re-explain it, but better? Or you know what? I'll just do it. So basically, our method is to do this. We'll have the player walk forward, and then as the player is walking or jogging or whatever he's moving forward, we will keep an eye on the distance shown on here. We'll keep our eye on the distance shown at the indicator. Now, every time, this indicator only increments by 1 meter. So since we don't know where on this initial part here the player's standing, we're just going to wait for the first time we see a change. So maybe, for example, if this says 10 meters, we're going to wait until it says 9 meters, and then we'll start measuring time. And we'll measure the time it takes for this 9 meters to become 8 meters, and so on and so forth. So then once it's 8 meters, we'll measure the time it takes for the 8 to become a 7, and then 7 to become 6, and so on until we reach that. Next, what we're going to do is to essentially calculate what we're going to do is from there to take all of our data points, this x1s and x1, t1, x2, t2, x3, t3, and so forth, all the way up to xn, tn, and plug it into these formulas to obtain the equation for the path of to obtain this line, which should match the data as best as it can. As best as it can, but it's not going to be a perfect fit. So to measure the accuracy of, or how well it matches the data, or fits to the data, we were going to use this r-squared term, and calculate it with these formulas here. And if r is closer to 1, it's going to be matching more closely. So so basically we're looking for a high r-squared value here. You want a high r-squared value, otherwise our data will not match. So was that a lot more clear? Was that a lot more clear now? Was that clearer? Hopefully that was a lot more clear now. Sorry, I was really, like a bunch of stuff kept happening, like stuff was popping up, important stuff. Yeah, I think, yeah, we should be able to start actually measuring the player. We should actually start being able to measure start actually doing stuff now. Okay. I guess without further ado, let's get back into the actual game now. Dear gosh. Oops, wrong window. This one. Oops. Let me get rid of that. So we're actually in the game now. So all we gotta do is set up everything. So yeah, here we are in Genshin. And we now just basically need to build whatever I was talking about. So let's go over here. Give me a second. Pop out the chat. Okay. Next, we're going to build everything. So let's do that. So, okay, we got 30 platforms. Hopefully that's enough. And we'll need to make sure all of these platform heights are exactly the same. So let me just make sure that snap height is available. Okay. Maybe I want to go to a different area because, okay, that one's taken. Okay, I think this one can work. We just need a large open area is all. Oh gosh. Maybe this is a little small. This actually might be a little small. Oops, I did not mean to save. Delete. Okay, I guess this is really all we got. Yeah, let's just deal with it. So if I put like this, I'll store it over here. Then we'll raise this up by a meter. Okay. Then I will snap to the height, please. Snap to height. There we go. And keep building this out. Okay. And we need this platform to be quite long, so sorry if this is going to take a while. Snap. Keep doing it, because again, like I said earlier, we need to have our distance indicator be relatively far away. Why is it not snapping? Snap, please. I said Snap. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, longer, please. We need it to be longer because... yeah, reasons. No, don't rotate. Don't rotate. No. So exhilarating, isn't it? There we go, much faster. I think... okay, I think that should be decent enough. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take this explosive barrel and place it all the way over, or actually, oh gosh. Oh no. Okay, what I want to do is to raise this higher. I made a mistake. Okay. So, okay. What I should have done is raised this just a little higher. So I'm gonna put this at 3.5. And I have to do that for all of them. Individually, no less. I'm sorry. I really am sorry that... welcome to Teapot Build Simulator, except I have no skill in building. The reason why I have to raise everything is because like I said, I want the indicator to be roughly at the bottom of this platform, so that way we get the straightest possible, yeah, the straightest possible path along this thing. Oops. Next. Did not want to save yet, but oh well. There we go. Now, we're going to roughly place this barrel here, roughly align it to be directly in the middle. We're in multi-select mode. We don't need to be in multi-select mode. Single select mode. Gonna align it to be roughly in the middle, so that way, yeah. And then what I'm going to do is to try to position it. So you have 3.3, and I'm just going to have it such that I already got rid of the... okay. I'm just gonna I would just have to do testing on this. Like, I'll assume, since the height is at 3.5, maybe what I'll do is I'll just lower the height to... low... what? No. Lower it. The 2.5. That's what I wanted to do. Lower it to 2.5. So that way it's like that. Now, where did I put this thing? It's over here. So I'm gonna move that all the way over to this one here. Oh gosh. Okay, I'm gonna move this. Snap, please. Please, snap. Why aren't you snapping? There you go. Okay, there we are. And now we have to realign everything. Actually, wait, no. I don't need to do that. What am I doing? What am I doing? I don't even need to do it. I just need to place it far away. Oh, okay, but first I'm gonna put it... oh, actually, I probably should just keep it there, so that way I don't accidentally put it off center. So is that roughly in the middle? Looks like it is. Okay, there we go. Now, here's the problem. We need to make sure that the player walks in a completely straight line throughout this entire thing. How exactly do we make sure that happens? Because, well, you know, I'm gonna save and I'll head over there.
Skyward. Bring it.
I also need a way to get up there, which is pretty funny, but luckily I have you, so I'll just go up here. Anyway, so yeah, as you can see, we need to somehow consistently align the player to walk forward every single time we do this. What the heck was that? What is this? What? Look at that. Okay. What? Okay, this is what I have to do. What I have to do is to essentially put something between every single thing here. And the reason why is because yeah, okay. The reason why is because it's being stupid. It's being stupid. I hate this. It's... Dear gosh. Essentially, the player is falling between the gaps of the platforms, and yeah, that's not good, so we're just going to just make a little offset so that way we do that. Hello. Welcome. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. Welcome to the welcome. That's really all I could say. All right. Let's add some landscape so that way we can actually climb up to this thing. Where's some ground? Oh, that's way too big. Yeah, that's fine. Just something like that. That's all we need. Alright, let's see now. Hopefully, when the player's walking... Cute emojis. Those are adorable. So, yeah, as you can see, the player's walking, and we're not getting that jolting, that, like, Xianyun is not, like, tripping now, so... Thank goodness. So now we'll have a consistent setup. So, yeah, now, if we start the game, we'll actually be able to see what this kind of looks like. So, yeah, okay, we got 67... Wow, that's actually pretty far. Now, the next thing we need to do is to make sure that when we're here, this indicator is roughly at the player's feet. It's... I think I'll just try to lower it a little bit more. So, because we want it to be, I think, at the player's feet. So if I do go like roughly around the 1 meter mark and jump, yeah, you can see there it changes to 2. So yeah, it's definitely around the player's feet. So let's try to lower this one just a little bit. My headphones are running out of battery. That is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Okay, so hopefully that's at the player's feet. Is it too low? Please show on screen. I think that's actually roughly at the player's feet, actually. Let's see. Do I want to slightly just slightly move it up. This is kind of annoying that I can't zoom out far enough to see it. Okay, my headphones are like running low on battery. I'm sorry. Just give me a moment. I need to... I'll just... Yeah. Oops. Headphone too loud. Let me lower the volume so that way it doesn't get picked up by my microphone. So, okay, I think I'm going to move it up just a little bit because we want it to be aligned with the player's feet. There we go. Whoops, wrong button. I keep pressing F6 on my keyboard, which is not what we want to do. Just ever so slightly. Yeah, maybe up to the 2.1, something like that. Then, next, we're going to go over here. Oh, a lot of people came in. Concurrent viewers, lots of you. And some of you are gone. Okay. Hello, everyone. Anyway, let's double check. Hopefully that should be roughly at the player's feet. What I'm doing is I'm looking at the horizontal of this diamond to see how well it matches with the with this that's top part here, because that's where the player's position is going to be the so okay, another thing I need to test is, okay, if I start all the way at the back here, okay, until when does it until when does it suddenly just stop showing up? So if I'm not doing any measurement right now, I'm just testing, so if I just keep walking. Okay, actually, okay, I can walk the whole thing. That's good. But I still need to, I think I still need to raise it just a little bit more. Sorry if this is a little boring. It's very important for being able to accurately measure this stuff, so yeah. I apologize in advance, hopefully. Looking at it, it almost looks as if I need to move it just ever so slightly to the horizontal side. And then we'll raise this up just a little bit more, like that, 2.2. Now it's time to double check again. You know what I should do is actually, so I don't have to constantly be running back and forth, is that can I please go into the editor? I should move this one first over here, so that way we can just check it automatically. So let's start. And let's get away from that so that we don't accidentally explode it. So hopefully it's right at... It's a little too high now. Okay, that's great. So now we need to adjust... We need to lower it just a bit. Just a little bit. Let's try that. I promise that all of this effort, even though it's really tedious, it will be worth it, because accurate measurements, you need it. Okay. This is a little awkward. Can I reach it? No, I cannot. Okay. Oh gosh. That was dumb of me. Are you kidding me? Nope. Come on. Need to be able to measure the height. We just need to check if it's aligned, the thing. Dear gosh. It's hard to tell. Where exactly is this thing being measured from? Is it the bottom? You know what? I think that's good enough. I think that's good enough. I'll just leave it like that. I think it'll work. Because the indicator thing, this diamond thing, is roughly at this height. So I think we're good on that part. Next, what we need to do is to be able to provide a consistent setup. So that way we don't have to constantly be adjusting our orientation. We want our player to just walk forward and that's it. So what I'm going to have to do here is... How can I put it here? Why can't I put it here? Hello? I literally put it there earlier. What do you mean? Okay, let me... Why doesn't it want to be placed there? Why? What? It just wants to be placed on the platform instead? Put it on the thing. Put it on there. Put it on the thing. What? Okay, that's weird. Here's what I'll do. I'll not make it snap to furniture and I'll just move it. What is this? Does it not like when you intersect like furniture or something? Dear gosh. I'm just gonna put it. This is annoying. Okay. That's annoying. Okay, whatever. Whatever, we'll deal with it. Now, luckily for us, the thing that will allow us to very easily make a consistent setup is this teleporter thing. Unfortunately, it appears that I might have some problems. Let me see if I teleport to the thing, will it just... Okay, it puts me on top of it. Thank goodness. Now, the problem is that one's now too far. So, and I want to be able to start it immediately. To be able to just teleport to the thing and then start. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to check you, not you. Why isn't it that you won't let me move? Why is it that I can only place it here? Oh, okay, you know what? Here's what I'll do. I'll just pick it up. Yeah, I'll delete it. Yeah, it's fine. And then I will place it back down. Maybe that's why. Where is it? Where is it? Is it this one? No? Oh, it's this one. Oh, there it is. Twang bang bang minigame. It really does not want to be put there. My gosh. Thank you. Somewhere I could put it on. Or, sure, I can put it in the ground, I guess. That's also fine. But you might have noticed that when I teleported to the, this thing here, we were facing in this direction, not that direction. Luckily for us, this is just a 45-degree angle. So I just need to place the teleporter at a 45-degree angle and we'll be able to have a consistent setup like that. But unfortunately for me, they don't have some sort of accurate way to determine if it's at a 45-degree angle. So, dear gosh, what I'll have to do, actually, I'll try and think of something. What I'll do is I will make a 90 degree angle with my own stuff. Somehow. Because this is a perfect square. Oh, these are perfect squares. Yeah, okay, so then I'll place this on top of that. Roughly put one edge of it right there. Oops, not like that. What am I doing? And then try to align this thing to be a 45 degree angle. So roughly align, so this edge here should match that point for it to be an accurate 45 degree angle. Nope, not enough. Just a little bit slight. Does that look like it's hitting that center there? There we go. Oh. Wait a minute. Ah, just a little. Okay, I think that's as close as it can be. So what I'll do now is put this over here. Hopefully it'll let me place it down as close as I can. Now I'll put this, I'll teleport to it and see. Wrong angle. I have to rotate it by 90 degrees in the other direction. So just, can I rotate it like, no, okay. I have to align it again. If you're enjoying the stream, by the way, be sure to leave a like. Thank you. Yes, pain. Pain. Oh well. Come on. Just gotta align this again. Okay, we have this. Match that. I think that's roughly it. Let me check with this one. Trying to look above, directly above it for perspective, to account for perspective. So let's put that right there. Oh no. There really should be a way to accurately adjust angles, not just use a slider. I think that's roughly the crack. I cannot see. Okay, just like. All right, let's try. I think that was good enough. Let me try it now. Okay, let's try this again. Teleport. Reset the camera. And yeah, okay. We would be able to run forward. And if this is accurate, it should not be a diagonal line, but it clearly is a diagonal line. No, okay. It's just barely off. Okay, we can tell that there's an angle, that there's definitely an angle there. There is an angle. Because ideally, the player should be walking completely straight. And if the player was walking completely straight, this should, you should just, yeah, it should just end up directly over there. So this is not, we're still slightly off. Which is perfect, you know, just perfect. Absolutely perfect. So, let's see. Yeah, it should be a little, just a little bit in that direction. And yes, this definitely matters for our experiment, because that 1 degree, whatever, or like 0.1 degree difference will change a lot. All right, let's go here. Reset aim. I'll just use Shilonen so we can get a little faster. And if I just press the forward button without adjusting my aim, am I moving towards the right? Just slightly. I'm moving just ever so slightly to the right. Just a little bit. Oh my gosh, please. Let me try that again. Okay. So right now I'm looking at this distance here and roughly the center of the player, so it should be at, if this is a straight line, then it should roughly remain the same distance. It does not appear to be so. The other option, of course, is that these platforms are not at all in a straight line. Or is it? That would be really awkward if these platforms are not in a straight line. But, hold on, is that actually roughly correct? Because that, okay, I'm looking at this line here and the position for Shilonen. And, well, yeah, it looks pretty, it's from what I remember, that was roughly what it was. Let me abandon the challenge and go back just to see. Just with that picture in mind, let's just see. I think it's slightly off. Another way that we can do this... Oh, wait, I should have... Oh, okay. Another way we can do this is to, instead of trying to align the player so accurately, what I can do is try to instead take the barrel and then adjust it until we adjust the horizontal position of the barrel until we get it right. So if I walk completely straight forward, I'll place a barrel roughly at this edge right here. So I just need to remember roughly where this is. And then adjust the barrel from there. Okay, so we're at this position. What we gotta do is adjust the barrel. So we'll go into edit mode, take a barrel, put it all the way over here. Adjust the height, place it there, and I believe it should be roughly here. And I'll just lower this so that way we're not gonna just place it on top of the player. So I'm just gonna put it like right there. I can't even see it. That's great. That's perfectly fine. Okay, I'm gonna move this. Move it there so that way we can actually see the barrel. So I'll start the game. Is the barrel aligned? It's a little bit off. We just need to move it to the left just a little bit. Move it to the left. Just a bit. And then I'll adjust the height. Once I got the horizontal position, I'll measure the height. So I'll move it like that. Start the game. Hopefully things will line up now. Is that roughly in the middle? Was that roughly middle? I think it should be. Shilonen, please. Let's use Aino, so she's shorter. I think this is... Alright, let's reset aim. Is it in the middle? Part of me is thinking it isn't. I think it's just the slightest bit to the... But do people just have different posture of standing or something? Okay, your leg looks like it's going to this, and this other leg looks straight. This leg looks like it's straight, and this, like, I don't know. Do you guys think it looks straight enough, or roughly in the middle of where the player is? This is really hard to tell. This is really important, because if you get this a little bit off, it will change the, you know, how long it will, you know, even though it's like a slight 1 degree difference, that distance will just really be off. So I just messed up the measure. Oh, you know what? Okay, let's... Reset, okay. Reset. Walk forward. Start the game. All right. Let's see. You know what? I think it's roughly in the middle. I think that this is roughly in the middle of the player. So now what we got to do is to adjust the height. I don't remember what it was. I think it was like roughly 2.1 or something. So 2.1. So yeah, let's try that. Save, and let's see. Is it roughly at the player's feet? Wow, okay, that's actually... Whoa, that's actually really close to it. Whoa. Cool, okay. You know what? Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I think that's good. Alright. Wow, that's a lot to... That's a lot. Hopefully... Yeah, hopefully that'll be good enough. And what I'm going to do is rotate. Hopefully I'll be able to place it down somewhere close to where the player starts. Alright, I think we're actually ready to start actually measuring stuff. Yeah, this whole time I have... This isn't even for measuring things. I've literally just been doing this so I can set up the problem. Yeah, this whole time I was just trying to set up the experiment.
Wherever the tide takes me, so long as the light.
So yeah, that's yeah. That's grammar that exists. Anyway, we're now able to finally start experimenting. So we will be doing this experiment for all of the different player model heights. So, you know, we need the short female model, we need the medium female model, and the tall female model, as well as the medium male height and the tall male height. We need to do all of that. So that's essentially 5 different people. To also aid in measuring things more accurately, what I will do is do each one 3 times. Yeah, do each character model 3 times. I'm making sure that this is accurate. Or maybe 3 times can be a lot. It might be a lot. Because what I was planning on doing is for the actual essentially it's like I would take an average and that will be X, like I would measure time, like T1 will be measured 3 times, and then I combine them all with the average. And then that will be T1 that we use in our equation for linear regression. That was my plan, but doing it 3 times might be a bit much. It's for the accuracy. It's for the accuracy, okay? It's for the accuracy. I said I wanted this to be accurate, so we're doing it. We're doing it 3 times each. So, yeah. So, I guess I might as well start a poll. Or, oh gosh. No, I cannot. All right. Who do you want to see first? The short female model? The medium female model, the tall female model, or the medium or male model, or the tall male model? Which one do you want to see me do first? Any one of them. Any one of them. You know what? Okay, let's start with this.
It's easy to fix a machine when you know how it's built and how.
Oh, short to tall. I mean, yeah.
But people, they're much more difficult.
Just a little. I don't know. Okay, male model. Okay, I posted a poll for everyone. So, all right. So if it would be nice if everybody or whoever is watching could engage with the poll. The one, like, who should I measure? Should it be the male model or the female model? Okay, we have one one vote. I'm pretty sure I know who that is. Unfortunately, I cannot say. I do not know how to say your name. I very much appreciate you in chat. The one with the Layla's profile picture. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for engaging with the chat and everything. It's so nice. Okay, maybe everybody's got. Okay, you know what? I'll just end it there, and I shall also unpin that message. Anyway. So, okay, I guess, yeah, we can do short to tall, and we will do male models first. So, let's just pick out our characters. We need one medium character, male character, any one of them. So, I mean, we technically already have Fremine here.
Spend some time at the bottom of the sea.
And then we need a tall male model. We can have, there's Flynn's here. I also have Zhongli. We have Aoife. Diluc. There's Kaya. Did I miss anybody? Okay, then Kaya. Toma. Auroron and Kaveh. Yeah, those are all of the tall characters that I have, I think. Unless I somehow missed one. Did I miss one? You know what? Let's bring out the architect himself, because he's actually, because he, you know, the architect, he's an architect. He wants to know how to measure stuff, so that makes sense. You're also you also do mechanical stuff, so I think that makes sense. Let's just use you two, and then we will move on to the female characters. So, to be able to measure the time and whatnot, what I'll do is to actually I'll use OBS, record, and then yeah, okay, so if I okay, that's good. We can see the thing. It starts at 69. That's funny. I am very mature. Anyway, or actually, where does it start? That is a good question. Where does it start? It starts at 67, and then, okay, so once it hits 66, that is when we'll start measuring time and whatnot. And you know what? We're actually already set up right here. So all I need to do is what I'm going to do here is, okay, I want to make sure that I'm not I have as little lag as possible, so I'm gonna close out a lot of unnecessary stuff. Yeah, okay, I'll save this. Just put it somewhere. Accurate speed. Methodology. Okay, I'm saving my drawing file. And I'm using dual screen, so I'll put this into PCs only. So that way we can, okay. Again, I'm gonna try to minimize as much lag as possible. So take out all of that stuff, and now I only have OBS, only have live stream because I need this open to actually see, and I need to have Genshin. I'll just reset the thing because I don't know if I suddenly accidentally moved. So yeah, I think we're ready to actually start measuring stuff. So, I'll do this I'll have Fremine do the walk 3 times, then let Kaveh do the walk 3 times, and then we'll pick out our female characters. Alright, so let's start. Fremine, we'll do that. Reset the camera aim, just double check to make sure. Okay, I'm now recording something, so reset, start, and we'll just we'll start with walking. We'll do walking first. So yeah, okay. You can see that the 61 is 60, 59, 58. Yeah, we're gonna measure the time between each change in the thing. So, yeah, and hopefully, and this, because the player is doing roughly, you know, constant velocity, the interval between each time, each, you know, change in the player's, you know, the distance shown should be roughly consistent. That's a good way, that's actually a pretty decent way to check if your thing is accurate. So once it hits 0, okay, that's all I can do. That's our first sample. Now I'm gonna go back over here. There's a race ongoing. Okay, there we go. Hit that, go to the teleporter. And we'll start. Reset aim. Make sure we're walking, and let me double check that reset aim. Okay, there we go. Ah! I messed that up. Okay, that should have been walking. Reset aim. Set to walking. Did it change? What the heck? Okay, I don't know why it suddenly changed to jogging automatically. Did it was it when I reset aim or something? Or was it because I start the minigame? So yeah, we're gonna be here for a while, by the way. Because we still have, this is just for walking. We also have jogging, by the way. Well, then again, I guess the walking would take the longest time because it is walking. Actually, what would you prefer? Would you like it if I just finish the walking and then calculate the speed? Or would you prefer that I get all of the data right off the bat, then calculate everything all at once? Okay, we got the 0 there, so we don't need to... it's kind of pointless to keep going. Right. Now, we'll go back here. Do it all again. Reset aim. Reset aim. Start game. Make sure we're walking. We're running, now we're walking. Okay. Forward. Here we go. So, I mean, cause yeah, I can either do like calculations like, for example, this is my third sample with Remeasuring walking. So what I could do right now is just already calculate the sample or I can already calculate the speed for Fremine right now. But do you want me to do that, or would you prefer it if I like do Kave's first? Do Kave walking first and then jogging and then yeah. It doesn't really matter, it's just more of a preference. So 5, 4, 3, 2. Why? Wait. Hold up. Was it getting more data would be better? Just getting all of it at once? Okay, this one doesn't look right. I think, okay, you know, okay, some characters are a little bit taller than the others. Is there a specific significant speed difference between them? I do think that as far as I know, I'm pretty sure that the speed is based solely on the player model. However, unlike what if their model type, if they're short, medium, or tall, and if they're male or female. But I never actually seen if there's a difference. I don't know if KQM or like the KQM theory crafters have already figured it out. I feel like, by the way, I feel like I need to redo that sample because the player looked like they were walking off to the side more than they should be. So what I'll do is reset aim again.
In peace and total silence.
Walk. Running, walking. Okay. Because I don't know, or maybe I'm just mistakening something. Maybe it is actually just like that. Is there a significant difference between the speed of the tall male models? I haven't actually tested that, which is kind of funny. If that's the case, then you would technically need to measure the speeds of every single character in existence, which is pretty funny. And holy crap, that would be so much data to measure. But maybe that is another... but I do think that KQM has tried to prove that if the player speeds are slightly different. Okay, yeah, this looks a lot better now, because earlier, Fremine was a bit more to the left. That was weird. I was like, why was Fremine... Fremine looked like he was over here, and I was confused. I'm like, wait, that doesn't look right. Yeah, so I felt like there was something off with that. Okay, so now we have our sample with Fremine walking. So I'm just going to organize my files so that way when we go to analyze everything, in and get all the frames and everything. All right, we'll be able to do that. So we'll do this accurate speeds, and let me just and I'll put the data. I'll put for walking. Actually, no, we don't need to do. I'll just go here. So medium male walking. Walking medium male. Yeah. All right. Something I do want to do is just to check if the, like, you know, just to look at the consistency of the thing. So I'll head over to my desktop here in a bit. Yeah, here we are, desktop. And I just want to look at, like, the positioning of Fremine, just to make sure that all three samples were actually roughly where they should be. So, okay, Fremine is roughly there. That makes sense. On the second sample, Fremine was here. Okay, yeah, that's still consistent. On this third one, yeah, look at that. Yeah, look at it. Look at it. He was slightly. It looks that one looked odd. So yeah, okay. Good thing I stopped there, because otherwise I would have probably had an inaccurate sample there. And yeah, that looks like where it should be. So we now have the walking medium male data. So yeah. All right, let's head back to the game, and we'll now go ahead with Kave's. We'll get Kave's data now. Give me a second. I need to take a sip of water.
Where's my key? Not again.
All right, I'm back. Let's we're using Kave now, and we'll start recording. Put teleport, start the game, reset aim, walk, and there. What? You saw? Okay, that was walking. What was that? What was that? Okay, it's probably maybe it has to do with the game. Maybe I have to wait for the game to start. And then, cause, yeah, I put it to walking. I swear, I put it to walking. Okay, reset aim. Walking. Okay, we're walking. Reset aim. Running. Walking. Alright. Walking. Go. It'll be really awkward if I'm actually... It would be really funny if I wasn't actually recording this. That actually... I'm actually really scared that I'm actually not recording it. Did I... I'm just gonna... I'm in the sunk cost fallacy. I'm just gonna... Too late to keep going. I'm too late to start. I'm already so close to the end. right, Kaveh, you're almost there. Okay. Hopefully I didn't just, really, okay. I am not recording. Dear gosh. I am smart. I'm sad. Okay. Smart YouTuber here. Forgot to hit the record button, essentially. Let me double check that, so... There we go. We're recording now. We are recording. Yeah. There's a reason why I'm doing this as a live stream. Because this takes a while. This is gonna take a while. And we still need to do like the jogging speed, the flying speed, the gliding speed. That one I probably might reserve the gliding speeds for another live stream. So yeah. Because it's already taken like how long have I been streaming? I've already been streaming for like a long while. It's been a pretty long while. About maybe almost 3 hours. And yeah. And we're still just on, only just started. Okay, we're on 0. And thing. Let's do running. Okay, I'm curious here. So if I reset the camera... Okay, it's not the reset of the camera. Yeah, okay, it's not the reset the camera that puts you back to... I wonder what was... I'm just gonna do that again, so that way I make sure that I'm doing this correctly. Reset aim, make sure to not move. Walking, running, walking. Sample 2 of tall male model. So it's gonna be a while. We're gonna be here for a long stream if we want to even. We're gonna be here for a while. How's everybody today, by the way? How are you all doing? Doing good? Okay. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. There we go. All right. And go back. Go walking. We'll start. Reset aim. Reset aim. Just walking, jogging, aim straight. Also, just so you know, there is a way to test. I do have an idea in mind for how we could test the hypothesis that there could to test if there is a significant difference between the player speeds for each character. It's possible to do that. There's something called the t-test. So what I would essentially do is to repeat this experiment for all of the different, for like 2 different characters, and yeah. And repeat this experiment with 2 different characters, and then just perform a t-test with the sample data and a comparison of means or something like that. And if they are equally, or actually I should probably reserve that talk for another when I actually decide to do that, if I want to, or if I feel like it. Because I do feel like people have already proven that it's the same for others. Oh, you have to go now? I hope other data will be successfully obtained. Alright, it was nice seeing you. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say your name, but it's really nice that you were here. Thank you so much for participating in chat. It's really cool. Alright. Yeah, good luck and have a good day. Alright, thank you, and goodbye. And you can always check out the VOD if you want to see the rest of it. Alright, bye-bye. Anyway. Alright, here we go. Just walking forward. This is the 3rd sample, right? I think this is the 3rd sample. Because the first one messed up or something, I forgot. Alright, I think this is the 3rd one. And there we go. 0. Okay, I'm gonna look at the recording on that one. Okay, I'm gonna open up the... I want to look at Kave's data here for a second here, because that's important, just to make sure, you know, just double check things make sense. So, Kave, walk forward, that looks funny.
Where's my...
Roughly... Okay, Kave, when he's at the end... Okay, it is slightly to the... on his right leg, like roughly there. So, just do this again. Roughly in the same spot, yep. Or, let me double check. Make sure I did not stop walking too soon. So, walking forward.
Make my finishing touches before the deadline.
There we go. Okay, that's good. Do this again. Wait, what did I... Did I do this 4 times? I did it 4 times. Did I?
Where's my...
Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I guess the tall male model is gonna have 4 samples. Sure, I wasn't intending for that to be the case, but sure.
The ability to
That's pretty funny.
beauty
Okay.
is an important virtue.
That was not I didn't mean to do that. Or actually, or either that I could just discard the last set so that way everyone is consistent. So do this walking
Where's my...
tall male. Okay, now we got to do is the jogging. Then we'll pick out our female characters and repeat the experiment. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while, fellas. So yeah. So, luckily this one should be a lot quicker since we're going to be jogging. Did I move? Let's just make sure. So, I'll start recording now, so that way I don't forget it. Yeah, let me just do it one more time. Like this. Move. Like that. And we're jogging, just to make sure we're jogging. Reset aim. We're jogging. There we go. Okay. Alright. It's fine that we fell off. It doesn't matter. As long as we can see the distance, that should be fine. So we can repeat that again. Start the game. Wait for everything to show up. Do that. Reset the aim. Make sure we're jogging, and let's go. Yep, there we go. now we can do... Oh, wait, we still need to do it one more time because we're doing everything 3 times. So, start the game. Reset aim. Check if we're jogging. Whoops, oh, I moved. Walking, running, okay. Much faster than walking, isn't it, huh? There we go. And that should be 3. So, much faster. Wow, that's much faster. Probably at most a minute. So, let me check my data again. Make sure it was 3, you know. So, jogging. Medium male. Let me actually show you what I'm looking at. It's desktop. Here we are. And yeah, we just go through, and we're also going to check the consistency of everything. So roughly, okay, so yeah, roughly his foot should be like right on the tip of his foot, more or less. Yeah, it is, looks like it's roughly in the center, more or less. Okay,
But people,
do that again.
they're much more
Roughly in the center, good. Let me... Oh yeah, see there, look at that. Yeah, that was, I know that was where I was like, oh wait, I moved, so gotta check. And yep, roughly in the center. Okay. So we're good on that. Well, we are now going to do to the tall male model. Tall male model. Kaveh, come out. Time for your samples. Start game. Reset aim. Make sure we're jogging. Let me reset the aim just to be sure there. Reset. Running. Okay, there we go. Sample 1. Hopefully that will pass. So Kaveh, roughly in the center. Okay. Sample 1. What did I do? What am I doing? I should not be moving. Start the game. Reset aim. Make sure we're jogging. Sample 2 of sample. Yep, whatever. There we go. Change. Go back. And we should have our 3rd sample. Start the game. Okay, sorry, I'm just really making sure that I'm in the middle. Wait. I'm stupid. No. I should... We're jogging. This is jogging. We're not walking. Okay. I was all scared for nothing. I was being stupid. Okay. We're now jogging. Go. There we go. 3rd sample. And then we'll move on to the female characters. Yep, there we go. And that should be it. That should be... Are you kidding me? I wasn't recording. I hate I hate everything. I hate everything. The YouTuber. I'm so mad. Whatever, it doesn't take nearly as long. It's just kind of stressful being like, oh, I need to make sure everything's accurate. Make sure running. There we go. Let's do it again. Sample 1. I'm stupid. Alright, let's speedrun this. Alright, start the game, reset aim, go to jogging, let's go. Sample 2. There we go. Abandon, and let's do sample 3. Start the game. Let's go. Then we'll have to take a look at the samples themselves just to make sure that it's consistent. So right here, middle. There we go. All right. There we go. That should be our samples now. All right. Just make it quiet for a bit. Then I shall take a look at our sample data. Jogging, tall, male. Just for verification of our, just to verify if our stuff is actually making sense. So here we go. So first sample, let's check the position at the 0 mark. Okay, roughly, yeah, looks pretty centered. Okay, yeah, the player does move also, like, they do move to the side a bit, like side to side, so I think, yeah, that's still roughly in the center, so we're good with this one, and check the last one. Yeah, that one's good. We're good. So, whoops. Time for the female models. All right. We got plenty of female characters to choose from. Let me make sure I'm actually recording the screen. Got plenty of female characters to choose from, and we're going to measure all of their walking and jogging not animations, they're jogging and walking speeds. So we already have Aino here, and we have Sanyun. We just need to pick out a medium female model. So there's plenty of them. We have Chiori. Wait, no, we can't use Chiori. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I need to check all of your stuff. Okay, there's no speed movement, no movement buffs. That could have been really bad if I just measured everything with a team that has movement buffs. Okay, let's check Kave's talents just to make sure that he doesn't have anything that's related to movement speed. Please tell me Chanyun doesn't have anything that has anything related to movement speed.
It's good to get out and
Gliding. Okay, thank gosh. Okay, okay, note to self, do not use Chanyun for gliding. So this is gliding speed for parting members. Luckily, we're only walking, so that does not affect us. And, okay, you. Pairs deep water, stamina for specifically swimming. Okay, so luckily, this should not affect us. But I make sure whenever we do the gliding speeds, we need to make sure that it's not this. In fact, maybe it might be best if I remove all the characters who are not necessary. Party must have at least one member. Okay, so we got plenty of female characters to choose from. We can't choose Chiori because she does have a movement buff, so we can't use her, unfortunately. We got Scoffier, I don't believe she has that. We also got Emily, we got the mannequin. Farina, I don't believe Farina has a movement buff. Kokomi, official.
Where's my...
Just any character as long as they don't have a movement buff. Ona. Yoimiya. So net. Which characters to choose from? Your gliding speed, stamina, I believe. So which female characters to choose from? We have Diona here. You have Sayu. I know. For the short characters. The short female characters. Which female character, or which characters would... you know what, let's use Yansan, because... Wait, does Yansan have a movement buff? I don't think she does. Let's see. When there's at least... she will heal. No, okay, that's not a movement buff. Let's double check anything. Okay, when that... yes, and is switched to sprinting when the current is...
I've gone a little over my calorie budget so far. Need to rethink my dinner plans to get back on track.
Oh, okay, so it's that thing. I was just making sure it's not. Okay, I think that we're good with Yansan. I don't think... You know what? I think, yeah, she does... It doesn't seem like she has any movement buff talents. Or if anyone wants to correct me if I'm wrong. So we have Yansan. Okay, yeah. Just bring out Yansan. Then for our medium character, there are plenty of people we can choose from. Let's see, medium characters. Who would be willing to participate in this?
Hit your reps for today. Come on, one more set.
Chevras. Yeah, Chevras does jogging and whatnot, so that makes sense. I even featured her in our video. You have Sucrose does measurements and stuff. You're Varessa! Of course! Varessa! Ow. That makes sense. Varessa, you and Varessa, you two will definitely would be willing participants. These two would be willing participants in this, so that makes sense. Now we just need a tall female character. Which character are we going to use? Candice, Shan Yun. We have Lisa, Beidou, Rosaria. We should not use Rosaria because she has movement buffs. Dehya, Shilonen. Shilonen would be too lazy to do this. We have Mavwika. We just have an all Nachlan crew here. Because I could see Mavwika doing jogging.
I've gone a little over my calorie budget so far. Need to rethink my dinner plans to get back on track.
Okay, just you. I'm pretty sure you would be okay with doing experiments and whatnot. It's just... Which tall female character would be the type to do walking and jogging, like, as on their own? I mean, I could see Dehya doing it as well. You're you would probably want an afternoon nap. You seem to be a type of person that... Yeah. Should I just go with the all Nachalan class? Like, everyone from Nachalan? Because these two would definitely be willing to do this walking and jogging experiment just to test and measure this stuff. And then there's you. I feel like, you know what, let's just do it. Let's just do it with these three. So that way we can actually finally get our measurements. So again, we're just going to go around. Or if anyone wants to suggest any changes, feel free to let me know. Just as long as the characters do not have movement buffs, so which I just need to, I'm just gonna check. Do you have movement buffs when during this time? Punching back doesn't, okay, nothing about speed. Okay, that one's not. Yeah, you know, no speed buff. Let's double check. Bruce doesn't do that. Wait. No. None. Transmission. Okay. Yeah, I think that's...
You haven't quite hit your reps for today. Come on,
Ugh.
one more set.
Sorry. I'm stretching. Dear gosh. Yeah, I think everybody has no, but everybody doesn't have buffs. Streaming for about 3 hours, wow. These tend to be the long... These Genshin Science live streams tend to be quite long. Alright, anyway, I guess we can start with Yan-san here. Oops, I should start recording. Just to validate the authenticity of this, I will have that. Then we're going to start the game. I'm gonna do walking, so reset, 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 dear gosh. And we're walking. Alright, let's go. So yeah, this is gonna take a bit of a while. We have to do a lot of samples here. So 3 times 5, that's, you know, because short, medium, and tall male, or not, short, medium, and tall female, then medium and tall male. So 3 times 5, that's already 15. And then, yeah, that we're gonna have a lot of samples for this. There's gonna be a lot of sample data. Two, 1, 0. Okay, there we go. That's sample 1. Did I move? I don't know if I moved. So just better safe than sorry. So we're gonna start the game. Reset aim. Then we're going to change to walking and begin. So yeah, again, just, I guess might as well ask, how's everybody doing? If you're enjoying the stream so far, feel free to leave a like or even subscribe, because I'm pretty sure that this live stream will have to be split into 2 parts. I will probably only have time for doing the player speeds, like the walking and jogging speeds, and because I also need to come up with a methodology for doing the gliding. So, and it's already been 3 hours, so I honestly think it would be best if I split this into another live stream. I don't know when the second live stream will happen, but yeah, the gliding, I'll probably have that be on a second part. So here we go. 2, 1, 0. All right, there we go. Confirm. That was sample 2, and we need one more. Okay, start the game. Reset aim. Make sure we're walking. So sample 3, walking. We'll have lots and lots of data to work with. Lots of data to work with. And hopefully this will be the most accurate measurements we can come up with. Four, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, I think that should be it. So let's go ahead and take a look at the actual sample. So walking, short, female. Okay, let me open up the sample. And I'll show my desktop here. We are desktop, so that way you can see. So we test just to check if we're doing this right. So 3, 2, 1, 0. So it is roughly in the center, so it should be roughly here in the center. Check again. 3, 2, 1, 0. It is roughly in the center, and also accounting for the fact that Yansan, the character model swaying side to side. Yeah, that's pretty much in the middle. Go middle. And yeah, pretty much in the middle. Okay, we're good with the walking. I'll do the, I'll do the jogging next, so that way. Or do I want to do all the walking first? You know what, I'll switch it up a bit. I'll go ahead and I'll head over and do the jogging. Okay, start the game. Reset. Make sure we are jogging. Am I recording? No, I am not. Okay, I'm not recording. I'm smart. So, start recording. Start, reset. Make sure we are running. There we go. There we go. All right, sample 1, abandoned challenge. Teleport. Start the game. Reset aim. Check if we're jogging. Let's go. Here we go. Abandoned challenge. I said abandoned challenge. Then teleport. We'll start the game and begin running. There we go. Did I start before the distance indicator showed up? I sure hope I didn't. That would be really awkward. Well, I'll have to check it in a bit. There we go. Now we have all of the jogging data. Let's go ahead and make sure that our samples actually make sense. So let me go ahead and do just that. So jogging, short, female. And let's head over, let's open it up. Jogging, short, female. Open up, go to desktop. All right, here we are. Just to double check, okay. Oops. Here we are.
I've gone a little
Okay,
over my
roughly
calorie
in the
budget
middle
so far.
of the screen. That's good.
Need to rethink
Let's do
my
it again.
dinner plans to get
Oops.
back on track.
Should be roughly in the middle. Yeah, that's pretty much in the middle. Okay. And like I said, I want to make sure I didn't start jogging before I can see. Okay, let me look at this frame by frame. Did I start jogging before? Okay, it's 67. 66. 67, 66. Let me double check. Is that... Okay, it starts at 67, goes to 66. Okay, yeah, okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. The only thing that matters is that that by the time you see the thing showing up, you know, the indicator, it's still 67, and it's not. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Now let's head over to medium female model. Verissa, you're up. Verissa is a medium female model, right? She is, right? I think she is. Yeah, you're much taller. I think she is. Right? I think she is. Let me just... Okay, yeah, Verissa is. Alright. Alright, so let's start recording. Teleport. We will start the game, reset aim, and make sure we are walking. There we go. Again, might take a while, but we need to do... This is for the accuracy. Doing it all for the accuracy. All right. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, there we go. Now we can end. That's sample 1. We need to do that 2 more times. So we're gonna start the game, reset aim. Let me just do it again. Then make sure we are walking. And let's go. 3, right. Sample 2, by the way. Just to remind myself, so that way I don't accidentally record a 4th sample, like I did for Kave. I'm just going to discard the 4th sample, so that way we have uniform data. If I ever decide to like maybe do it again, yeah, I can go ahead and record more, and then I can include that data. But for now, I will discard that 3rd sample data. Well, I think, yeah. All right, Verissa, you're almost there. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All right. Can confirm. Teleport. I'm recording, right? Yes, I am. Start the game. Reset aim, and make sure we are walking. Alright. Sample 3. Then we can do medium female model jogging. And then we'll be off to do Mavuikas. Hold on. Is this right? Hold on. Did I move to the side? Hold on. Did I move to the side? Something doesn't look right here. Something doesn't look quite right here. Yeah, this isn't right. Yeah, look at that. I moved. Yeah, look at that. I moved. Look at that. I'm moving in this direction. So the camera moved. So yeah, I have to redo that one. That didn't look right. Yeah, that didn't look right. So yeah, so let's make sure that we are actually really centered this time. Walking. Let's go. Hopefully the camera doesn't just suddenly jolt. Well, yeah. Keep going. Just keep going. Wonder what happened there. That's weird. Oh well, who knows? Oh well, I mean, we'll probably be able to see it when we actually look at the data itself. Right, here we go. And 0. There we go. Alright, let's stop the recording. That should be our 3rd sample now. And let's go ahead and check out our sample to make sure that everything is good. So, walking, medium, female. All right, let me open that. And let me show you what I'm looking at. Okay, here we are. We're walking. And roughly in the center, is it? Roughly in the center. Perfect. Yeah, that makes sense. Now let's do this again. 2, 1, 0. Roughly in the center. Is it? Let's see. Okay, it's like more along her right leg or something. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, then we'll do it again. Oh, look at that. Yeah, look at that. There was just this slight change in angle. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, look. What the heck? Where did that come from? Just a random change in angle. Just a random change in angle. Nobody knows where it comes from. It just happens, you know, just a normal, not just another Sunday. And yeah, look at that. I was clearly going in a slightly different direction. Yeah, that's definitely not a good. Okay, let's double check. And yeah, that looks pretty much what I think that's what it should look like. So yeah, I think we're good. So go back to Genshin. Close that out. And we'll now be able to do your jogging routine. So let's start recording, teleport, and I need to actually end the game. Stay hydrated, by the way.
My parents always say, no matter how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do,
Okay, start the game.
then squash it all down,
Reset, aim,
and wolf it down
make
in
sure
one go.
we are jogging.
That way, I get to eat my fill without wasting too much time.
From what I know, there are no movement speed buffs, so yeah. Okay, there we go. That was sample 1. Start the game, reset aim. Reset aim, walking, running, let's go. Looks roughly in the middle, so that looks good. Okay, next, abandon, teleport, and yeah. Start the game, reset aim. We're good? Okay, then we'll do jogging. Let's go. Hopefully the player didn't just suddenly turn to the side. That would be really awkward. Okay, alright, here we go. That should be 3. Let's double check it. Gotta always double check it. So jogging, tall, female. Oh, let me just double check. Okay, did not move. Okay, now we gotta check. Okay, is it roughly in the middle? Looks roughly there, yep. Looks like it, looks good, okay. Yeah, that also looks good. Well, let me go back a few frames. No noticeable change, okay. Yeah, that's good, that looks good. Alright, time for...
Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or
Time
lose
for...
it.
Let me... Oh gosh, what am I doing?
So,
Time
wanna train
for...
with me sometime?
Time for Mavwika, alright? Mavwika, time for to measure the walking speed. Gonna be taking a while. Make sure to start recording so that way you don't accidentally do a sample. We're gonna do the walking first, so it's gonna take a while. Reset
Many
aim,
insects have a
make
compulsion
sure
to
we
follow the
are
light,
walking, and
humans
let's
are
go.
the same. Except we call that light hope.
How's everybody's day? We're almost ready to actually calculate. We're almost ready to calculate the speeds of everybody for their walking and jogging speed. We still need to do the gliding speed, but this stream has been pretty long, so I might put that into a part 2. Okay, go forward. Sample, by the way, this is sample 1. Four, 3, 2, 1, and 0. Okay. Sample 1. Let's go on to sample 2. Double check if I'm recording. Yep, I am. Start game. Reset aim. Reset aim again just to make sure. Make sure we are walking. Let's go. I swear if the camera is slightly to the side, it slightly moves, I'm gonna be so annoyed. Sample 2, by the way. So, yeah. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. There we go. There we go. Now let's do sample 3. Start the game. Reset aim. And make sure we are walking. Go. Sample 3. Okay, we're almost done. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, that's walking speed for a tall female model. Now we just need to make sure that the actual sample is good. So let me do that. Walking tall female. We'll double check it. Always double check it so that way we don't end up making mistakes. All right, here we are, sample, and let's make sure that at the end it should be roughly at the middle. Okay, when I hit 0, yeah, that looks pretty aligned in the middle. Maybe not perfect, but I think that's, yeah, I think that's good. Wait. Let me look at this. Did I change angle? So, reset aim. Just walking, okay. Not noticing any sort of changes in angle, so I think that's good. So let's do second. Interesting, it's more closer to her left foot. Consistently, yeah, it's closer to her left foot. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. So now we can go on to the we can now move on to the jogging. Okay, Mawika, let's go. Mawika, I don't know how to pronounce it. Mawika. Oh. Okay. Thank you. Please don't tell me my internet just died, please.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light.
Well, in any case,
humans are the same.
while I'm waiting for that, I'll take a sip of water.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
Okay, here we are. Let's start recording. Teleport. Start the game. Reset aim, and make sure we're running. Go. There we go. And that's sample 1. So we'll do that again. Almost ready to start beginning. Almost ready. So start game. Reset aim. Let me do that again just to be sure. Reset aim. Then jogging. Yeah, jogging. So second sample, let's go. There we go. Sample 2. There we go. Last, we'll teleport again, and we'll have sample 3. Start game. Reset aim. Make sure we are jogging. Let's go. The jogging ones are so much faster than the walking ones. Holy crap. You just... Yeah, okay. And yeah, that should be it. I think that's all of our samples. So the last thing I need to do is to just check if I actually measured everything correctly. Where's the seat? There it is. What do you mean I can't use it here? Okay, fine. Well, in any case, I actually don't think we'll be needing Genshin for a while. So, excuse me. Anyway, let's double check our data as usual. So, before I exit Genshin, and jogging tall. Why do I have a jogging tall female? Is that Varessa's? That should be medium. Okay. In my file, I named the Varessa's file jogging tall female, which that's not. Yeah, Varessa's medium, so a medium character model. So yeah. And let's now double check the sample to make sure everything's all right. Okay, desktop. Here we go. Jogging, tall female model. Let's double check. Reset aim, right? Reset aim. Yep, we did. Reset aim again. And jogging. There we go. Double check. Roughly in the middle. More or less. Yeah, that looks pretty much. I think that's pretty much in the center. Do it again. Second one. Roughly in the middle. I'm just looking at the background to see if, like, maybe I changed orientation. No, I did not. Okay. Third sample. Roughly middle. Yep. Okay. I think with... sorry. Okay, let me just give myself a moment. I need to stand up and stretch. Dear gosh. So yeah, just give me a moment. I'm gonna stretch. You all should too, because I've been live streaming for almost 4 hours. Dear gosh. So yeah, just let me take my stretch. You guys should as well. Oh, remember to stretch. All right. Alright, I am back. I took a little, yeah, went to the restroom and whatnot, just to relax a bit. I think, yeah, we'll go ahead and I'll probably go ahead and exit out of Genshin now. We don't really need it to be open anymore, because from here on out we'll actually be doing a lot of stuff in like DaVinci Resolve and well, yeah. So let me go ahead and just get that prepared. In the meantime, you can stare at Malvika, I guess. She is pretty after all, so anyway. Yeah. Okay, let me go ahead and arrange everything so I can open up all the stuff I need. Alright. Accurate speeds. There we go, we have our equations. Okay. DaVinci Resolve, where are you? Are you opening up? Okay. Guess in the meantime I'll can head back to Teyvat, I guess. Because I'm just waiting for stuff to open, so not much I can do. Okay, setting up everything. Okay, DaVinci Resolve is open. The first thing I'm going to do is to import all the... Or actually, before I do anything. Alright, we're back here. Let me... Yeah, I can go ahead and close this out. I'll head over to DaVinci Resolve. There we are, DaVinci Resolve. And I'll go ahead and exit out of Genshin so that my computer does not explode from running 20 programs at the same time. Well, not 20, I'm obviously exaggerating here, so... Yeah, anyway, here we go. First of all, we need to do a lot of setup here because, first of all, we have DaVinci Resolve here. What I will be doing is to essentially... Okay, yeah, what I'm first going to do is to bring in all of my clips into DaVinci Resolve. Hello? Okay, change frame rate. There we go. And there we go. Yep, we have all of our data now. And in addition to, in addition to that, I don't want to go to the audio. In addition to that, I will make a spreadsheet here in Google Sheets. So I'll go ahead and show my desktop. Actually, maybe I could just do a window. Yeah, that makes more sense. So I'll make my window here, this one. There we go. You also just make sure it's roughly in the middle. There we go. Or I don't know, maybe I could just go full screen. Okay, this is going to be Genshin player speeds data. Okay, just give me a moment. I'm going to just check some things. What I'll do is version 3, and then I'll label another one as version 2. Okay, we have version 2, and we have version 3. Hold on a second. All right. Or actually, let me just put that in a... Okay, seem to have dropped a few frames. My internet hopefully is okay. Is the internet okay? Hopefully everything's all right. Okay, yep, we're good. So, okay, we're now gonna have to start. We have T1, we have our time. And, yeah, okay, so essentially what I'm first going to have here is like our T... what am I gonna call this? I'll just call it, I'll call it capital T1 and then capital T2 and capital T3. And these are all going to be in frames. Always note your frame count, if it's what units you're using. And then I also need to put my FPS, which is 60. Then we will be converting that into seconds. And yeah, okay, so when we do that, we will now have once we do that, we can get our average for our T for seconds. I'll call it T subscript I. Okay, and then once we have that, we'll be able to get X subscript I, and this will be in meters, but this will go up to 60, up to 60, up to 66, I believe, because I believe that's what the samples say. So just go all the way down to 66. Yep. So that one's there, and yeah, I think that's gonna be our setup here. And these are our variables that we will be using this one all the way here. All right, so I guess what we'll start with is the, why not short? Oh no, let's do medium male, why not? We'll do that since that's what we did first. Okay, so actually before we do any sort of data, I'll make a wow, I can spell format, and then here what I'll do is I'm just gonna do something like this, filter A2 divided by A divided by 60. So I'm going to do array formula like this, and we simply take that divided by that, right? 60 frames per second. Yeah, that's how you do it. Then we're specifically going to filter out if A2A is blank. So for ones that are not blank. So if I put a 1 here, yeah, that's going to be that. So if I put a 60 there, it should be 1. We're good. And I don't want, I'm just going to say if error blank. So that way if I do like, if I have 60, then 60 here. Yeah, and then I do maybe 120. Yeah, that's good. Now all I got to do is to copy paste that to copy this. Just gonna lock that in place. So now it should be B, yep, like that. Then our TI will be our average. Okay, array formula. Does average work with array formula? So okay, no, I don't. I think this is not gonna work. Is there a way to get the average without? So if I do array formula D2 F2 no, it's not gonna work. Or actually we can just simply do this since it's, well, since we already know our sample count, it's gonna be like this. So we put D2 up to D plus E2 up to E plus F2 up to F. And we divide that by 3 because we have 3 samples, T1, T2, and T3. And that's our average. And okay, we also would like to filter based on D2D. It's not equal to, is not blank. E2E is not blank, must not be blank, and F2F must not be blank. Then so that we don't have that error thing, we're just gonna do if error, then blank, like that. And then now we will be able to automatically measure everything. All right, I'll have to see if it's like 65 or 66. We'll see. We'll see. All right, so let's go back to DaVinci Resolve and actually begin measuring stuff. So let me make this into a list so that way I can I make it a list? List view. Okay, there we go. Walking. Or wait, let me go back to, here we go. This, we'll duplicate. Right, okay, before I do that, what I'm going to do is I'll head over to my equations I have on screen in Painter's size. So we now need to also write out all of these equations here. So we have, no, wait, why not? We'll just encode all the data first. We'll encode everything and then we'll do a bunch of plots and everything. I'll do it so that way it's a little easier to follow. So DaVinci Resolve, let's do walking, medium, male. Be a lot of work here because it's going to be a lot of work. Sorry, let me go back to the window. And I'm going to duplicate. Male. Walking. There we go. And we'll do the same for, yeah, okay. Next, what I want to do is, so it's medium male walking, and then what am I doing? DaVinci Resolve, yep. And then here, we don't need the audio, so I'm just gonna get rid of it. Next, all we gotta do is immediately, okay, we'll make our first cut when we see this turn to a 66. So on the very first frame, it turns 66. Okay, we're at 66 now. Make a cut, delete everything before that. Then, what just happened? Okay, then go to 60, when I turn 65. I just realized something. The way I'm measuring this, I have to, okay. The way that I'm measuring this is actually different. Okay, I have to, okay, I'll go back to my window here, because what I'm actually measuring here is the intervals between each one. What I actually want to measure, what I actually want to have is, so I will call these, or why not, I'll open up my character map here and call this, look for delta. Call this delta T1, delta T2, delta T3. Then we want to actually call, well, then we'll have T, delta T average, and then so this one, do that. So if I have like 1, 2, oh wait, I should not be doing that. So if I had like 60, 65, and 63, we'll get that. I'll fix that in a second. And yeah, this will be the average of them. Then this one's a little bit tricky. Can I even automate this one? No, I don't think I can. Okay. Okay, no, I don't see a way I can do this without. What's this? Some of the squares are different, some of the. Huh. Anyway, let me look. What am I doing? What am I doing? What I was going to do is this G2 to G2, and then we lock specifically the first one, and then this goes down. Not that far. Goes down all the way. I did not do that correctly. So if there's a 2, then there's a 3. Yeah. Then for every delta T average, we will do that. Okay, so unfortunately, I don't think I can make that an array formula. Let's see if I do. Let's see what happens if I try it. Nope, that's not working. Nope. Okay. Is there a way I can do this with an array formula? You know what? I'm just okay. I'll just go back to what it was. So because, I mean, it's a little annoying, but it's fine. It's not. It's fine. It'll do. It'll do. All right. Let's actually measure something. Okay. So first frame, it turns 65. First frame. 65 right there. There we go. We have 49 frames. 49 frames. So we'll go back to our window here and put 49. Okay. This is dear gosh. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set up my screen here so that way so that way you can simultaneously see me edit both at the same time, because it's going to be awkward for me to constantly have to switch between DaVinci Resolve and, you know, between my window and DaVinci Resolve. So what I'm going to do is to combine it into one. Like this. Okay, it's going to look a little weird for a moment. Just give me a moment. I'm just gonna put that here in right like that. Then for this one, I shall put it here or something. I don't know. Let's see. Try to move everything around. Does this look weird? Does this look a little weird to everybody? Okay, or would you let's see. How can I do this? In DaVinci Resolve, the stuff that matters is mainly just being able to see the frame count. So I think this is good enough, but yeah, it'll be a little awkward here. Sorry if it looks funny. Yeah, this looks really weird. You know what? I'll also do this. I'll also bring in like Paintal Psi here, so that way people have something else to look at, because it looks really weird. I swear, it looks really weird. I'm just gonna put that here. And so that way everybody can see the equations and everything, like that. So yeah, I think that looks a little better. It's obviously not perfect, but it'll do. Does that look right? Yeah, okay, let's just do it like that. So that way people have something else to look at other than like chats down here and everything. There we go. Does this look weird? Because if it looks weird, I can adjust it. Gosh, it does look really weird. What other choice do I have? Because the most important one, I think, is like the actual, you know, player speed thing. Being able to actually see the player speed. Oops. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Looks a little different. And then what if I make that a full screen? I did not mean to open that thing up. So if I make that a full screen, that's pretty cool. Yeah, okay, I think alright. Does it look cluttered? I mean, I guess it does look cluttered. There's nothing much I can do, but I need to be able to see. Would like for you all to be able to see what I'm doing at the same time without me, you know, slowing down and everything. So yeah, it would be better if I what? Okay, let me look at that chat. Sorry. Would be better if looks a little weird with empty space, but the formula makes it a little better. It would be better if you just stretch it like a regular window, but I guess it doesn't support that. What do you mean by? Oh, by the way, oh hi SMFID. It's been a bit. Like what do you mean by stretch which one? Because I think you can stretch stuff. You can. It's just that it looks weird. Like you want me to. I can't stretch windows in OBS. This is OBS. It's just that I don't know what to stretch is the thing. Do you have any suggestions? Yeah, so just to help make it look, just to make it look a little bit more, you know, comprehensive, because, you know, we have chat here, so there's just this little empty space. It would be better if you just stretch it like a regular window, but I guess it doesn't support that. Oh, wait a second. What if I did this? Ah, hey. That actually looks pretty well. Now I just need a... Unfortunately, though, this does mean it will be a bit awkward for me to, Okay, why is this one what? Hold on a second. Is this one cropped? What the heck? How come you can't see the bottom? Google, what's up with that? OBS, what's up with that? How come it's not getting the whole thing? Why is it that I only... Okay, sure, whatever. Okay, yeah. Scale table a little bigger because I almost can't see that. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, okay, you know what? I'll just, yeah, I'll do it like... I'll just do it like that. You won't be able to see the bottom of the, you know, the bottom here. Because, yeah, I can't see it on the thing, but this one looks pretty good. I think this layout looks pretty good. Just need to... Why is there like a gap at the top? And the formulas, let's just try to center it, everything. Did I not do anything in between that? You know what, this is fine. Okay, then let me check. All right. Yeah, I think that's good enough. It's good enough. So let's go ahead and actually start let's actually start measuring stuff. Or wait a second. I saw like just... There we go. Okay. Well, yeah, that's what I'll have to do for now. Just keep it like this. So, all right, hopefully everything's comprehensible. So, well, I guess with that, let's go ahead and continue on. Wait for it to turn to 64. Oh, first frame it turned 64. There we go. Put it there. Then that's 48 frames, so we'll put 48 here. 48. 63. First frame. 48. Oops. 48 frames right there. 63. First frame it turns. Oh, that's a 50. It looks like there is 1 frame of lag. I don't know if that's... But in any case, that's the frame it changes, so data is data. 50? Why isn't this showing everything? All right. Yeah, 50. So let's go. 61, first frame. 48 frames. Let's go 61. $60. Right? That's the right one, right? Yeah. The first frame it turns to 60. Okay, there we go. 49. Starting to get a probability distribution here. 59. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while, if you didn't know, because I have a lot of this. Maybe I might have overdid it with the how far this was, but we're gonna be here for a while. I don't know if you would prefer, like, well, that's what live streams are for, stuff that takes a long time to do. So anyway, this one's 49 as well. $50. Frame by frame, come on. 50, 57, right there, on the money. 49 as well. Pretty consistent, that's good. 56. 49. Yeah, this is how it's gonna be. We have to do this. Oh my gosh, I did this 3 times. I have to... Holy heck, I did this 3 times, so that means I have to oh my gosh. It's for the accuracy. It's for the accuracy. Do it for the accuracy. 54. 49. First frame of change, we have 49. It's for the accuracy. It's for the accuracy. $49 as well. Wow, there's a lot of 49s here. I'm starting to see what this probability distribution should look like for the average number of frames. First frame of change, do like that. By the way, if you're enjoying the stream, be sure to leave a like. And, you know, it also just would be a nice gesture given how much effort I'm putting into just measuring the speeds. Holy crap, I have 5 more. This is just the first, this is just walking. This is just for the first walking for like the male. I still have the tall, medium male, the tall male, the short female, yeah. All of the other different character model types, and it's both for walking and jogging. So, gonna be here for a while, unless I need to go somewhere, and then I'll have to end the stream. I mean, I'll probably still do the analysis off stream because it's like this might not be the most interesting thing to watch. Let's be honest here. It's me just basically making a bunch of cuts in DaVinci Resolve and then checking the time. Oops, that's not right there. And time duration 40. Wow, a lot of this is 49. we're getting a lot of well, if you wanted a quick average, I could literally just do this right now. So if I want, we have the average here. Like, I'll just take the average right now and then see average of... Come on. Average of this. And then we could... And since that's in intervals of 1 meter, all we gotta do is 1 divided by that, and we have an approximate figure for the player speed. But I'm going to be using a different thing. So, yeah, anyway. Yeah. So 48, 47. Oh, wait, that's 48. Did I get that right? Okay, that's a 48. I got so put off by like, wait a minute, that's a 48. This one's 49 now again. Okay. Well, amazing commentary, by the way. 45. 49 like that. 44. Dear gosh. 49, okay, we're good. $43. There we go. 42. $49 as well. Oh, a 48. Interesting. Hope that's not a sign of anything. 49. Oops. Still 49, okay. $49. Lots of 49s here because, well, I mean, it is expected because the player is moving with a constant velocity. So we should expect that the player speed does genuinely... Wait, what? 51. That's different. 37. 51? Huh, it does take 51. That one did take 51 frames. Okay. Well, you can really see a probability distribution of the stuff that happens here. Okay, 36. Wait for 35. 47? Okay. What is up with that? Huh. It really is just that. Okay, 47. So, 34. Oops. 34. Frame by frame. Wait until it changes. First change. There we go. Cut. 49. It almost looks like it actually made up for the lost time. So, you know, you had 2 extra frames on that 51, and then we lost 2 frames on the other. That's interesting. It looks like it did that. Interesting. Anyway, let's keep going. Still have like 30 something more stuff to go through. So that's a 49. I did this 3 times, by the way. Just to let you know, I did this 3 times. So essentially, I have to do this 3 times for every character model, and then it's 48, and 3 times for every, you know, walking and jogging. So yeah, that's fun. Let me just make sure I'm doing this right. So 2. 31, yeah, that's it, that's what it is. 48, 49, yeah, and 49. Don't want to lose track, because that's a lot of samples to go through. So again, 49, lots of 49s. 29, still 49. $28, like that. 49. Very interesting, huh, guys? I mean, sometimes it just really is just like that. You just have to really tough it out, and do it all like just like this. What did I just do? $24. Oops, that's not the one. There it is. 48, another 48. Maybe I went a little overboard with how long this is. Let me see. We're at a distance of 40. Should I do it all the way up to 60? Oops. That's a 50. Okay, 48 again. $49, okay. Yeah, I guess as I was saying earlier, because the player moves with with the same exact velocity, with a constant velocity, we should expect that the frame duration between each meter is the same. Oops. 18. 49. Good. We're still seeing 49s. It's not suddenly becoming a lot of 48s. And even if there are, there seems to also be like 50s and whatnot. So I think I think it's still relatively accurate. Or as, well, I mean, as accurate as you can be with 60 frames per second. So 49. So as long as you keep seeing a lot of 49s, that should make sense. $49. As expected. 15. $49. Imagine I made one mistake. I should make sure I should genuinely make sure to check that this is right. Wait, I almost forgot to put that data. That's a 48, okay. $12. I saved. That's not what I wanted to do, but oh well. Still 49. Yep, we're good. Okay. $9. Still 49, that's good. Because if I was off in the placement of the exploding barrel there, I would expect the duration to like slightly decrease or something over as the player gets closer. So still 49. That's good. 6. $5. $4. Oh, that's 48. Frame change. There we go. 48. That one's a 50. Oops. Okay. 48. Hopefully that's not a pattern. $49. Okay, we're still getting 49s, if anything. And last but not least, this should turn into a 0. Hopefully that's... If it's getting a little... Okay, it's a 49. There we go, we finally... Okay, so I think that makes sense. All right, wow. 66, okay, we have 66, do I really want to include all of this? Because, okay, there's another concern that I have to consider. If I am slightly off in like the height or whatever of this indicator I'm showing here in DaVinci Resolve, if I'm slightly off about that, then there will be a slight error due to the fact that you know, because it's the hypotenuse, you know, it doesn't just get the horizontal distance. So if this height is not directly aligned with the player's feet or whatever, horizontally at least, then there will be error in how long duration it takes for each frame to advance. Because we would expect that we would see that if this was placed badly, we would see that like as you get closer to the barrel, the time taken to cross 1 meter would be essentially shorter and shorter over time. But it looks pretty uniform, so I guess we could consider all of it. Did I just accidentally block my chat? I did. I am sorry. Okay, maybe I'll move chat so that way it's not. Oh, I'll move chat so that it's not blocking any. I'll just put it over here, and then I'll move you to the side. Just a bit. Hopefully that looks better. Yeah, it looks fine. Why not? We'll also make just a little bigger so that way. I mean, granted, chat is not really... No one's really talking at the moment, but it's alright. Sorry, I'm just fixing things because I messed up the scale and whatnot of this element, so I'm just gonna put it back right there. There we go. There we go. Everything should be much more neater now, and we can have chat on screen as well. Okay. Let's now head over to DaVinci Resolve here. You know what? I'll consider all of the samples. So, just... I guess I should do okay, something I should do is just a little check to make sure that what I'm doing makes sense. So, or at least the number of, you know, distances make sense. Because if I suddenly find out that I did not do that correctly. So, okay. So when we start from 66, and then we go to 65. So that's going to be 1, and then we got 65 to 64. That's 2. Now, so this is going to be... will be like 66 minus x, so that would be 1. This one will be 2. Okay, 66 minus 2, all the way to 60. Not 66. It will be 64 to 63. That's still going to be. That's now going to be 3. I'm just making sure that the count makes sense. So basically. So there's 1, 2, 3. So what I'm seeing here is that basically whatever the count is, that whatever the last number here, in this case it's going to be 0, that's going to be equal to n. Yep, okay, that makes sense. Okay, we're good, we're good. We have the right sample count. Again, we got to do a lot of stuff. Okay, back to the grind. We have 3 more of those to go. Yeah, a lot. Maybe I went a little overkill on this, I'll be honest. Just a little. Just a little. So now we have sample 2. I forgot which. Okay, I should make sure that like this is not the one that's, you know, has an error in it or something. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut out the one where I know that there was an error. Because in one of these, I know Fremine turned to the side. Reset aim. Oh. Would it just measuring from the start to the end basically be the same, or is this really that much more precise to measure each one? Mean versus median difference, I don't know. I guess. What I'm actually doing is something, I'm doing something very different from just getting a mean and an average. What I'm doing is, I mean, if I go to my, if I go to Paintal Psi here, you can see here that I'm basically plotting a bunch of points here. And what I'll do is, these data points that I'm putting here are the plot of the player's position in the forward direction over time. And then we can get the line of that, get an equation that matches that data pretty well. And then from there, you can get that. I can definitely say that just getting the start and end time would be much faster, but it would be much faster if I just, you know, like just measured how long it takes to travel the whole distance and whatnot. But I do think that, at least for me, I don't know, I feel like it would... Because essentially what the theory I was doing here was, I was basically just going to essentially you know, it's fitting a line to match the data. That's what it is. And you know what, I guess I'll go ahead and I'll head over here. Oh gosh. Me add another. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me just copy stuff over. So this will go here. Yeah, okay. And then just to bring that out, what I'm essentially doing here is I'll plot this. Yeah, it is a good... Oh wait, hold on a second. This isn't correct. Let me okay, let me just alter this equation for a bit. I'll just move it to the side. Put it there. Then what I'll do is I'll just let this equal to... like that. I'll just make it equal to that. And let me fix this. Insert chart. And there you go. We actually can see the actually, yeah, I'll just calculate one sample and then see what the difference is. If I do it with linear regression, that's what the equations I'm showing in my drawing program are. It's a statistical method for curve fitting called linear regression. Yeah, that's what this is. versus, I'll just take an average and then see how long it takes. So we already know that the distance traveled is 66 meters. So let's do the average, which is, the average is simply V with average is going to simply be 66 divided by the time taken to traverse that, which would be this, which is going to be 1227.7. Yeah, there we go. Now, what I can do now is I will input the equations I have in Paintal Sci here. Oh, did anybody even see what I did here? Okay, this is our average speed. So basically, you know, this distance here is, this is the distance traveled, and we divide it by the time. That's velocity on average. And then for this one, I will see with I'll just put regression, so that way that people know what it is. And this is in meters per second, by the way. So that way we can, you know, see if there's truly much of a difference. So that before I just spend the next 20 hours, you know, doing this for for all the different character models. Yeah, that actually does sound like a good idea to check, just to make sure I don't accidentally waste my time doing that. Thanks SM. I don't know how to say SM. Yeah, I'll just do. Thank you. So let's put our equation here. Give me a moment. Okay, our equation, we're going to use this one down here. What we'll do is oh gosh, there's a lot of terms. Give me a moment. Copy, we'll put sum of x, sum of t. Then we got, oh, sum of t squared, sum of t, sum of tx, xt. There's a lot. And then we have our sample count, which is pretty simple. We just do count this. There we go. Any more do I need? So VI, VTI. Yep, there we go. Then, then we'll do sum of our X. Sum of that, then we'll do sum product for this. So H2H, comma, I2, I, like that. That's sum product, right? Yeah, that's correct. Then sum of our times, which is H2H. Then sum of squares, so sum squares of H2H. There you go. Now we just plug into the formula, the one I have highlighted in my program. So we'll just put it like that. So in the numerator, we have xi times ti, which is that. Then we'll do plus n, so 66 times t squared minus t, that one, squared. Did I do that correctly? Hold on. Wait, what am I doing? Wait, hold on, what am I doing? Hold on, what? Wait, what am I? Yeah, wait, hold on a sec. What am I looking at? I'm so confused as to what the heck I was just doing. Okay, I'm lost. We'll start here. So x times t plus sample count times sum product of the two, then you divide that by the determinant of, or whatever, that's what it's called, the determinant of that thing, which sum of squares minus x the t squared. I did not do that correctly. Hold on, what? Let me... Okay, did I do the calculation correctly? Because that is definitely not correct. Okay, you know what? Google Sheets has a built-in linear regression thing. Let me... Let me actually put it here, so that way you don't just accidentally hear it. We have trend line, you show r squared and label, use equation. Yeah, okay, I did something. I'm doing something wrong with the equation. So this equation might be wrong. Did I do something? Okay, did I do something wrong? So the equation's definitely wrong, because otherwise there would be problems. Oh my gosh, I am stupid. Wait, oh no. In my derivation, I did it. Okay. Give me back. Okay, we have to, I realized what I did. So, painful aside time, because we gotta rederive these equations. Yep. Good day. Good. We have to rederive those two equations, because I did the calculations wrong. Okay, good, it's here. In this cofactor matrix, I forgot to put negative signs here. That's what I did. So, when I did this derivation and calculation, I forgot to put the negatives. And, yeah, okay, now let's redo this all. So, we'll take our cofactor matrix. That's sum of x I squared negative, that's the important one I missed, negative sign, and there should be an n in the last one. Yep, n. Put that there, put that here. Well, I guess if for anybody who missed the earlier part of the stream, you'll get to see me do matrix multiplication. So the sum of yi then we have the sum of xi, yi, sum product. So that's where that comes from. I already explained in detail what exactly is going on here. Hello, Quantum Thunder. Linear regression. I'm doing linear regression basically, but I don't remember the exact equation for it, so I'm just deriving it myself. So that's the determinant of that matrix. Right? Yeah, that's x squared. Then there's a minus sign, and then we have sigma x. Whoops, I'll just write it out like that because there's no other terms being summed over. And there we go, matrix math. Time to do matrix math. Very simple matrix math though. And I'll explicitly write out beta naught. This should be hat, so because these are predictors, the best predictors of the data. Okay. All right. Now, Now let's go ahead and do the matrix multiplication. This should be pretty fast because all you got to do is essentially, this is just going to be a 2-row and 1-column matrix, which is essentially just a vector. So we'll take this, take that, multiply, multiply, then add them. So in our equation for beta naught hat, we have to, so take that times that, so we got sum of xi squared times yi then this one and that one is going to be plus, but there's a negative sign here, so there's actually going to be a minus sign. Xi times the sum product term. Xi, yi, there we go. Then we just divide by this determinant. You can simplify this some further, but I'm too lazy to do any simplifications. So we're just leaving it at that. And that is our maximum likelihood estimator for, or is it the maximum likely? I think it is. Whatever, you use the method of least squares to obtain these equations anyway. So beta 1 hat. We're now doing the second column, so we'll take this second one here and this one here, multiply the first two, multiply the second two, and add them. So in this case, we'll have a negative right off the bat because we have a negative sign here. Hi, why do you find yourself wanting or / needing to redetermine the player speed? Basically put, I just want to try to get a better or more accurate value, or to specifically just check if, you know, because my previous method and how I measured the player speed, I think could have been better. There was definitely some places where errors could have creeped, and yeah, just in general, I just felt like I needed to double check the player's speed. That's really all there is to it. I just wanted to really check if I was doing things correctly. Do you find my statistical method of using linear regression a bit off? And there we go, now we have our two equations. So there's our beta 0 and our beta 1. Now all I gotta do, take that, put that here. Oops, wrong one. And recontextualize all the variables. So, yeah. Sorry if this is taking a while, I need to write out everything explicitly. All right, and then we have n times summation Oops, not that one. Oops, we'll do it like this. This, take it outside of parentheses, put it in parentheses, like that. So that's for x naught. It should ideally be close to 0, I think. I think it should be close to 0. Okay, that's for that one. Now we got to do it for this one. So our velocity predicted, our predicted velocity from linear regression will do this. So we have negative sum of our TI, sum of XI plus, you know what, I'll write it like this. N times, come on, write the sigma properly. And we have XI, TI, I'm just switching them around. Minus that, and then all we gotta do is just copy this and draw a line. Come on. Please. Please, there we go. All right, there we go. Have our two equations. Now I'll head back to our window over here. Head back over to our window over here, and then we'll properly implement the equations, hopefully this time. So let's get rid of that. So V regression and V average. So we have, first is our sample count multiplied by, oh, I see. I don't see anything off so far. When you mean by off, I mean wrong is the, what you meant. Oh, I'm talking about like the method I use to experimentally measure the player speed. I think it could have been like, I felt like there were some things that contributed to the data itself being slightly off from the true values. So yeah, that's what I meant. There's like it's more of like measurement error versus like analysis error. So that's what I meant by that. Anyway, so let me highlight this equation here so that way I can tell what I'm looking at. So the sum of the products, so that's, so n times the sum of products xt, then we minus that by ti, which is that one, then we multiply that by x, then we divide that whole thing by n times ti squared minus t squared, sum of t, and then squared. Slightly different. Look at that. Slightly different. You can see that they are just ever so slightly different from each other. Versus like taking the average speed versus doing a regression. It's slightly different. Now I do technically need to calculate also if I want to. If I also want to be able to test which one is more accurate, I will have to calculate x naught as well. X naught hat, I mean. So, let's do that. So t squared times x squared, so that, or not squared, just that, minus t times the sum product. Divide that by n times t squared minus t, and then we square that. Should be close to 0 as what I should expect. And well, technically Google Sheets has the built-in thing, so I could just to double check use the equation. And yeah, that's pretty much what I have, so I think we're good on that. And I will not put the trend line. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is to compute the r squared for both of these. So to do that, we essentially have to, we're going to make use of these bottom formulas here now to calculate the r squared for the average versus the linear regression model. So we're going to have to do a lot of computing here, so let me now do this. R squared, so average versus regression. But before, in order to calculate those things, I will need to calculate the SSE and the SST. And before I can even do all that, I need to do the prediction of the x underscore average, and then we have v underscore or x underscore regression. There we go. So we just need to take this formula here. It's pretty simple. For the x average, I'm just going to assume that it's the initial, the x naught is 0 itself. Actually, you could technically assume that especially of sufficient, it can be consistently hard to minimize measurement due to a lack of precise tools. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. But I do genuinely mean that. Don't know much about Genshin in particular, but it seems that what I have said may be applicable from what I have seen. I'm not sure what you say. I'm not sure about what you're saying. I guess just to say, basically in Genshin we have this thing called that will show the distance between the player and some point. This distance is obviously you can calculate that with it. The distance is actually the Pythagorean, given by from the player's feet to that point. The problem I had is that I feel like in my previous method I actually had it I didn't have it flat against the ground, the distance indicator. So there was a little bit of error, so as the player got closer, the distance is not exactly horizontal along this. And basically what I tried to do here is to minimize that error. That's really what it was. So that's the main thing that I wanted to account for when I did this. Now, as to whether or not I should be using linear regression for it, I'm not sure. I also would, yeah. I mean, it certainly would be a lot easier for me if I don't need to do linear regression. Definitely doing this is definitely a lot more complicated than the other method. Right, so where was I? Making the equation, right. Do I really want to include this x naught? Because it is possible to actually do regression, linear regression, such that it's just this. Ideally, it should be that anyway, but give me a moment. Need to take a sip of water. Anyway, okay. Average, so we'll take this quantity and multiply it by time. Actually, I should use array formula. Take this quantity, lock that in place, and multiply that by time. That's not time. This one is time. And then I also want to do a filter. Filter based on if h2 or up to h is like that. There you go. Pretty simple. Do the same thing, but this time we are going to change which one is we're multiplying by. We're using v regression like that. Oops. I just realized it probably is a little unfair that I'm using... Yeah, wait, I just realized. Hold on. Yeah, this is unfair. Obviously, the regression model is going to have a higher R squared. Huh. It's actually guaranteed because that's what it does. That's what's gonna happen. Hold on. Hold on. At least I'm pretty sure in theory that the quantity with the highest R squared is the one obtained from regression. And well, if I think I'm being a little unfair because I'm including this extra parameter in the second equation. I'm pretty sure that it is going to genuinely just be bigger. I mean, not bigger. It's just going to be slightly more accurate than the other one. For the reason that well, the way you obtain the equations for linear regression are from using the method of least squares. It's literal when you literally derive it, you specifically have to you're specifically what's it called? Minimizing error, the square error specifically. So I feel like I'm kind of cheating here a little bit with this one, in a sense that, of course, the average is not going to be as accurate, at least in terms of R squared value. But is the difference really all that much more worth it? Well, we just have to... Okay, I'll just shut up and calculate the thing. Okay, here we go. We have to do the SSE, so sum of squares. Sum squares of xi, so... Oh wait, we already have that value. We already have that, it's this one. No. No, we do not. Okay, I'm smart. Sum square of x... This one. Then minus 2 times... Okay, hold on, let me zoom out so that way people can see what I'm doing. Because it's probably being blocked by chat. What's happening? Everything's happening. Then we multiply that by the sum product of this, I to I, then j to j. Then we add sum square of j to j. Yeah, that's our SSE. SST actually remains the same. Shut up and calculate, Richard Feynman. Yeah. Is he actually the one who said that? Is he actually the one who said that, or is that a specific... Whoops. Sum of squares. Sum square of this, I to I, then minus the sample count, which is here, lock that in place. Then we take the average and square it. Average, square. There we go. And we calculate R squared with SSE divided by that. Pretty high. 99.9999. Yeah, that's a really high accuracy. Basically almost 100%. Then what I want to do here is we need to lock in place the data here. So the data in like that. I'm also going to lock in place the row heights. So what I'm going to do is do that, then take this equation, because that should genuinely be what I should calculate right there. Yeah, we're using the regression for the prediction. Yep, that's all right. And, well, yeah, if we see, we'll do 1 minus SSE divided by this. It's slightly higher. Slightly, just ever so slightly more accurate. Just ever so slightly. So, at least the regression model is going to be just ever so slightly more accurate. So you can see that the regression is very, 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 very... Oh, okay. Seems that N. David Merman said it, but it's falsely attributed to Feynman. I see. The regression model is slightly more matching the data. More accurate to the data. It's slightly more accurate. Whether or not because it's a little bit awkward at the moment, because right now with my average, with this average thing I have here, something we like to do is to, rather than just present a single value, you know, this 21.7 to 1126, rather than doing that, we also like to provide a, well, confidence interval, basically, which is, if you've ever seen error bars in, like, actual scientific papers, that's what I'm referring to. How long have I been streaming? 5 hours? Dear gosh. I'm basically considering a confidence interval. I would like to be able to use a confidence interval. However, if I use this average method, I will only have 3 samples, and, well, I mean, you can assume a standard normal, you can use, I guess you can assume a normal distribution for it, and then, yeah. But because you only have 3 samples with this average method, your confidence interval is going to be very large. You have a lot of uncertainty with it. With this regression model, I would have a lot less to deal with. I'm actually able to calculate the range of possible values for the velocity just from this alone. I already am able to calculate it. Granted, it's 66 samples, so that's probably an unfair comparison. It's like 3 versus 66. So, yeah. Let's see. What am I doing here? I guess another way to say it in statistics terms is that we have a high, we actually only have 3 samples here, and its degrees of freedom is, yeah, anyway. I'm probably just talking nonsense at this point. Let's see, what am I doing? Right, I did want to get that confidence interval, so I do not remember the equations. All I just know is that the beta parameters in regression use the t distribution. So I don't remember the exact equations. Let me just pull them up. So give me a moment here. Let's see. Measuring distance. That's not what project. So where is it? Uploaded stuff. Terminal velocity reevaluation. No. Measuring Tevat's gravitational acceleration. There it is. Gravity acceleration verification. I should probably open the script. That's what I want, because I need the equations. This was back when I used to use Google Docs for writing my scripts. Now I use LaTeX. Ah, here it is. Okay. I'll put it in so that way you guys can see what I'm talking about. So here it is. Oh gosh. Script. Two-tailed t-test. And here's the equations, all the equations that are that I used. The one that I'm interested in are these two, because these are actually what I'm planning on. And oh, look, it's the p-value, and here's the standard error. Oh, wait, I did not. Confidence interval. Wait, how does the confidence interval? Okay, I need to remember how the equations for it. It's been a while, okay? Statistics was not my strong suit, but I certainly love to remember this stuff. So if I have a, essentially what the heck? Right. Okay, so I have a parameter beta, which essentially has a range between like the average, so whatever, so the estimator plus some constant, so maybe it's like t alpha comma, was it this times the standard error of beta? Was it this? I feel like I'm missing something. I need to open my statistics notes because I don't remember this too well. The confidence interval. Okay. I'm just gonna be browsing through my statistics notes, so yeah, give me a moment here. Cause I sure as heck do not remember my statistics too well. Where is it? Linear regression, where is it? Linear regression. There he is, simple linear regression. No, I don't like simple linear. I want to use a multiple linear regression, technically what it's called, but checking my statistics notes. Beta hat. Confidence interval. Can I use it? Where's the confidence interval? There it is. Predict. Oh no, that's not the one. Okay. This one is, since we're doing a two-tailed, since the confidence interval could be either below or above our quantity, where you have to divide by 2 for the level of significance, then we have the number of parameters, or the number of samples multiplied to this, and we just multiply by SE of beta. And yeah, there we go. This will be our confidence interval. This will be plus or minus this much are the possible values of beta. So essentially, this number of parameters in our case was 2 because we have beta 0 and then beta 1. Then our alpha, it depends. Some people, the standard is usually 95%, but I don't know why people do that. I mean, I know why people do it, but it's just standard as 95 for whatever reason, 95%. So, or wait, no, alpha is typically 5%. 1 minus alpha is that. So this is typically 5%. So yeah. Well, I guess if that's the case, I'll go ahead and calculate the confidence interval now. Okay. SE of beta. I'm gonna focus on. I know that these equations are. Okay, yeah. I need to focus more on like the form of the equation rather than the exact equations here, because this one's using a specific value. That is more precise indeed. My lazy butt doesn't get anywhere near math, let alone measuring this much data. But if you think it's worth it, good for you. SMFIDG8. Yeah, I mean, I do have to admit, it is pretty tedious. Height. Okay, so no name invalid. Hello. Okay, let me write out these equations so that way I don't get lost. So SE beta hat is equal to, so the mean square error, that's what MSE is. Mean square error. Divide that by that quantity in the bottom, that should actually just be sum of Is it? Wait. Okay, I need to check my I just need to check my statistics notes. MSE. Okay, let's not look at that because that one is using a specific form. So then we have, so MSE is equal to the sum of SSE divided by n minus p. Okay, yep. In our case, it's 2. Now, what is the exact equation for SSE? So SSE, or yeah, the SE, sorry, not SSE. The exact equation of the square error of beta. Where did I put it? It's somewhere. I put it somewhere. Okay, here it is. So, so you know that matrix that I calculated, the X transpose X? That matrix? Yeah, that thing. So basically, you take the, I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be the inverse, not divided by. You take that, and then yeah, it's supposed to be this one, not divided by, that's different. Then we consider, because we have multiple parameters, it has to be, we have to specifically beta hat I like this. And then this will be the ith row of the ith, or basically the diagonals of our matrix, and this should be a square root, by the way. Now, luckily for us, I think that, okay, I heard that some new models have different rigging animations, like Versa short mail, having short mail sprint and walk speed. Is this true? I actually don't know that. I actually don't know. Holy crap, wait, is that true? Because I used Versa. I used Versa for medium female model. Yeah, if that's true, then then I'm gonna be mad. But, well, quote unquote mad. I'm not gonna be that mad, but it's like, bro. Right, so given that matrix, the diagonal components are oh wait, it's just, oh, okay, the diagonal components are this. divided by that, then this divided by that. I should just write out the freaking thing. So the determinant of so n times t squared, because yeah, then t. Versa has a passive she does? Oh, it's a sprint speed. Oh, sprint. Because I don't sprint with Versa. I don't. I mean, I'm not considering sprinting. Okay, let's change this so that way we don't have to. There we go. So for the diagonal components, it's simply just going, so the components of our prime inverse you know what? Let me just construct the matrix itself, and then we'll do it. So the normal one is this, so we have n, then we have these two. This should be equal to that. I'm making sure it's t because I have to make sure it's the t because otherwise I'll get confused. Yeah, and then we essentially are going to. Right, I also need to take the cofactor matrix. So cofactor, which is equal to the adjoint in this case because it's a symmetrical matrix. The adjoint. So we just take this one, then negative this, negative of that. Well, I mean, to be more specific, it's the negative of this one, but it's the same thing. Anyway, then if we want to calculate this, we take this divided by our determinant. There we go. And this is our inverse matrix, and now we'll be able to calculate our SE, this. MSE is this, which in this case we have 2. So let's start with this. MSE is simply equal to the SSE, which we already calculated for regression. We divide that by the number of samples, minus the parameters, in which case we're using 2. So that's our MSE, mean square error. Then our SE of our velocity in this case. We want the velocity. So we specifically need to take the square root of the MSE times this term here, because or you know, I guess I should explain. So we have, this is going to be the zero row, like the, so yeah, so 1 1, because we have beta 0 and beta 1. So beta 1 will correspond to this, to the bottom one. I hope this probably might sound like a bunch of gibberish. This probably just sounds like a bunch of gibberish to everybody. So we have this square error of v, and then we can choose an alpha, a level of significance. Let me just open up the character map. Alpha. Whoops, I said alpha. 0.05. Then we need to get our t statistic, which is t alpha 2 comma n minus 2. So let me see how does this work. T dist two-tailed. What does this do again? Let me, Google. Excuse me, Google. Let me see the, okay, it gives the right tail prop. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I need the T statistic. T inverse? T inverse two-tail. Calculates the inverse of two-tailed dysfunction. Oh, okay. This is the one I need. So essentially we put our probability, which case we're using alpha. I do think that this function already accounts for the fact that we need to divide by 2, so because we have 2t in this one. And our degrees of freedom is specifically n minus 2. And all we gotta do now is, if we want to find the quantity, so yeah, the error we have here, so we have this times this, so we just simply take our SSE and wow. Look at that, it's a really tiny value. Then so basically the error with our this is our error here. So okay, let me more explain this a little bit better, so that way you can understand what the heck I just did. So earlier with linear regression, I calculated that the velocity has a speed of, let's go like 1, 2, 2, 7. Oh wait, yeah, 1, 2, 2, 7, 2, 1, 1, 2, 6. I'll just write out the whole number, meters per second. And here I just calculated this quantity here, which is this. And this quantity is specifically 0.00014 0.00015535432. Okay, that's probably more decimal places than I'll ever need. So let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't even think it's going to be that accurate, but basically, if the range of possible values, or at least the confidence, at least in terms of the confidence interval, there's some very specific statistics jargon about this. I am 95% confident that the value for the speed of the medium male character is somewhere in between the upper and lower bounds of this, basically. Or basically, if you really want to dumb it down, even to a point where a statistician will probably hit you in the head for misinterpreting it, the range of possible values for the velocity should be within the upper and lower bounds of this. I guess to illustrate, I guess I'll just illustrate it this way. So we have our V regression. We minus that by this. What did I just do? Wrong thing. Okay, so basically the range of possible, or at least the way we like to write a confidence interval is this. So if we actually do like 1, 2, 2, whatever. If we make this, if we consider the minus sign here and substitute the stuff, so we have, you'll get 1, 2, 2, 7, 0, 6, 5. Yeah, let's just, I'll leave the rest of the thing out. And then we do the plus, in which case it comes 1, 2, 2, 7, 3, 7, 3, 6. Yeah, I'll just do it like that. And then that probability is equal to 95%. That's what it's saying. The velocity could range anywhere between these two. That's it. That's really all it's saying. If you want to be, if you want, I mean, then again, a statistics person will definitely smack you on the head for saying that, because that is not the correct way to interpret a confidence interval. You do not, but for a layman, in layman's terms, it could be, you could have it within these boundaries. So we're 95% confident that the true value of the velocity is between these two values here. That's statistics. There's all the statistics jargon. Confidence intervals, I was planning on explaining them in more detail in another video, a main video though. I'm pretty, that if, yeah. That's that. Man, it's been 5 hours. Holy crap. So yeah, do I think it's worth it? That is a good question. Do I genuinely think it's really, really actually worth it to do it this way? Maybe. I'm not sure. Because I have to admit, it is pretty tedious to essentially, well, what I showed earlier. I mean, you can rewatch the VOD. You can when the VOD is out. I had to go through all of this individually, and then like individually mark out, oh, when is it chain increments of 1, measure the time between each one, and yeah. I think in this case, maybe what I'll do here is, oh gosh, wait, I just made that look awful. Sorry about that. Maybe what I'll do here is just only consider the first one, because I'll be honest, even I'm getting a little, getting exhausted thinking about having to do this 3 more times, and this is just for one model, by the way. This is just the medium male. I still need to do the tall male, the short female, medium female, and tall female, and each of them had 3 of these. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna, I think I'll just stick with 1 for now. Because, yeah, we're already seeing that it's pretty, like, the accuracy is pretty well. Like I said, the problem with the other method with just doing this average is that it's a level of, you can, I can speak. The problem with it is that I will have a high uncertainty with measuring the value for the average. Because, okay, you know what, I'll just do it right now. I'll do it right now. But okay, don't worry, I don't need to go through every individual frame. All I just need to do, since I'm taking an average, is only consider from the first, is just to consider the total. Is this the wrong? No, it's okay, so okay, I'll do it. Oh. Internet. Sorry. Okay, are we good? Are we good? Is everything connected now? Hopefully. Okay, we're not frame dropping anymore. As I was saying, you thought your internet broke for a bit. Okay. It's my internet that is exploding, not yours. Okay, let's do it again. 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. Zero, right there. Okay, so the number of frames is 3,227. Let me fix some stuff here, and I'll just go back to this. What am I looking for? This one. So, okay, let's do it like, let me just duplicate this. So that way we can, and I'll clean up this thing here, so that way we can see the difference. So we don't really need all this SST and SSEs and everything. Yeah, let's get rid of all that. So V average 1 is this. Or let me do it like this. V average in meters per second. And let me do it also, just do it this way. So we have 3226. So 3226 versus 3227, I think. I think that's what it was in DaVinci Resolve. 3227, yep. That's our time. And we have our sample count, and 1, 2, and 3. That's our time in frames, by the way. And our distance is specifically 66. So here we got to do to convert to seconds, which is pretty simple. So take this, divide by 60, do so there as well. Then I will simply just do this, 66, divide that by time in seconds. And we'll measure the last one. I just need to find where I made, because I know this one I think is an error. I messed up. Yeah, that one's messed up, so I'm not gonna include that one. Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, like this. Three, 2, 2, 7. All right, so 3, 2, 2, 7. All right. Now, we technically only have those 3 samples of data. So Okay, this is a little awkward because of the way I worded it. I'm going to notate that as V, and then the V average is actually just going to be the average of these in meters per second. Then I guess I'll go back to Painter's Sci here for a moment, because I also need to discuss how this works for the when it's not linear regression. Confidence interval, statistics intervals to no common distributions. Let me just, so for the t distribution, so for our t statistic, our confidence interval, in this case, we'll have our velocity plus or minus our estimator, or our average velocity, I'll do it like that, plus alpha over 2 n minus 1 times the standard error of this. And I believe the SE of, I believe this should be sorry, just give me a moment. So is it just going to be the sample distribution divided by the square root? The standard deviation, which is just 1 over n summation of wait, no, nuh-uh, that's not it. It's minus 1 there. That was the population standard deviation, I believe. Okay, yeah, so I am correct. It is that. So we basically just need to calculate this. And then we will be able to, and then we can plug in everything. And I'll also use an alpha. I'll also just use alpha is equal to 5%. So that way we can get a comparison for the two methods. Let me just zoom out again, so that way when I go back to window 1 here, here we go. All right, here we go. So first of all, we need to calculate the sample, standard. So we're gonna do, so set dev sample based on a sample. Yep, okay, then we'll do this. That one's S, so this is S. So SE of V then is equal to this divided by the square root of N, which is just going to be 3. Then we need our T, let me just copy this over, copy it, paste it. Then I need to change these. So again, probability that degrees of freedom is going to be number of samples, which is 3 minus 1, which is just 2. And then we multiply, we'll take this quantity and multiply it with the SE of V. So SE of V, or no, this quantity times that. Huh, okay, that's still pretty small. Then again, I guess the standard error is quite small. And then from here, we take the average. Or actually, we can actually see it already. What am I talking about? So let me just put the two values here so that way we can see more easily what we're talking about. So this, and then we have SE of V right here. And I'm also going to make sure to contract them to the same amount of decimal points so that way we can see. Look at, notice that the standard error, this is for the average model, and this one's for the regression model. Notice that this quantity T, whatever it is the average has a larger value. Granted, I'm actually a little surprised at how small it is. Then again, the sample data doesn't have too much. So actually, maybe we would be able to just use the average, because even then, the confidence interval is not too large. So let me show it to you. So V lower and V upper. So I'll take this quantity, subtract it by that. Again, we'll do the same. V, instead, we'll make it plus. Then we'll go back to the other one here. Then we take our V regression minus this quantity. And then we make it plus. Now look at the difference in these two quantities. They are, or you know what, I'll do it like this. So V lower. Oh, yeah, you can actually see it. Look at, you can see that the range of values is much smaller for the regression model. It's just able to get more precise. It's more precise in its range of possible values than if I use the average. Granted, though, again, the average is pretty decent. Look at that. I mean, it actually is pretty decent, and I only used 3 samples, no less. What if I did like 5, or I did like 5 instead? Yeah. Huh. You know what, SM? Thank you. Thank you. Because, well, let's just say I could have. I think I might as well just use the average methodology. Considering the amount of work it takes to do the regression one, I don't think the trade-off is that worth it. I don't think it's that worth it. In a sense that so okay, I'm just calculating how much smaller so how much smaller so it's roughly 88% smaller, which sounds like a lot, but when you consider that, let's just be honest here. The level of error that you will have from doing this methodology with this method, I'm pretty sure that there will be errors in the data more than there will be errors in, well, let's just say it's more likely you're going to get errors in the data, like the actual measurements, versus sorry, let me rephrase this. The error in in taking the measurements is so much larger than the difference that it would make to do the regression model versus this average model. It's just, you just do the average. It's so much faster. That's basically it. And because it's still precise, it's still quite precise anyway at the end of the day. Then again, it does depend on your standard deviation. Well, they both depend on your standard deviation, but whatever. I guess another one to compare is our SEV. So let's see. So our SEV for our average is this, but in our regression model, it is this quantity here. Quite a bit smaller. It's still quite a bit smaller. But yeah, is it worth it at the end of the day? Is it really that worth it? And in any case, in any case, the yeah, I just think that, okay, the error bar in this the margin of error that, or the margin, yeah, the confidence interval or whatever, is small enough with just doing an average. That's all I have to say. But here's my problem. I've been streaming for 6 hours and I'm kind of exhausted. I'm getting pretty exhausted. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just getting pretty exhausted, so yeah, let me think. Maybe, because what I'm thinking is I'll instead come back again another day when I have more energy, and then actually compute the values. Yeah, that's my plan right now, because holy crap, this is a lot. It's been a long day. Six hours of live stream is a lot to take in. So I don't know if there's anybody who's still watching. If there's anybody who's still watching, I don't know. What do you think? Should I just get the averages and then get a quick calculation? Because I do feel like if I want to do the average method, I would prefer to. Okay, that's for you to decide. You do have 3 measures for all the modules. Maybe if it gets really bad, regression with a smaller sample. Okay. Should I continue? You know what? It doesn't take too long to calculate to do this. It's the regression that takes the long time. So I'm gonna hide these spreadsheets. Let me change this. So this is format for regression. And then we'll hide that sheet, and I'll do format for spread for average. So based on this, we simply have a distance, which is going to be 66. We have a frame rate, FPS, frames per second is 60. Then we have T1. So then all we got to do is measure our time in frames, convert that to time in seconds, and then we can get our velocity for each one in meters per second. Then we can measure our average, the average. This is once again also going to be in meters per second. Then when we calculate it, we can also get our standard. Yeah, we can then use our statistics thing. Yep. So let me. Was it like 3227 and 3226, 3227? Was it? Let me check the copy. It was 3226 and yeah, okay. 3226, 3227. Then I'll also do this array formula. This quantity A5 to A, we'll divide that by this FPS like that. And just to make it a little cleaner, I'm going to filter A5A for whatever is not empty. And then all we got to do here is simply do array formula of, or actually I don't even need to do array formula, I could just do filter. Filter of this quantity up here, divide that by B5B, provided that B5B is not blank. There we go, now we calculate that. Take the average of those, C5C. Then let me check my paintal psi over here. So we have what the quantities that we need are the sample standard deviation. I think it's also worth putting the sample count. So n sample count, and then we have the sample standard deviation, and then we'll have SE of V. It's also worth putting our alpha. So yeah, I'm just copying a bunch of stuff here. Alpha and T that. Then we have the product SEV times this times that. Then we'll have our lower and upper bound. Okay, yep, okay. So let me actually show you what's on the spreadsheet. There we go. So yeah, I typed out everything, so this should be all of it. We personally will be using, I guess we can use the standard 5 confidence interval or alpha of 5. So then n, we'll just do count of this C5C. Oh yeah, I forgot to switch to the tables. Yep, that, then, sorry about that. Set dev.s, same place, C5C. Then SE of V is specifically the S divided by the square root of N. And then we can do this again, alpha. T of alpha, so we have T, or inverse, or T inverse two-tailed alpha, then degrees of freedom, we take n minus 1. I guess that's, I'll just be interested. So, okay, if it's like that. Okay, yeah, you could see that if I actually had more samples, if I increase the sample size, yeah, the T statistic, that's what this thing is called, gets smaller, which should make sense. Basically, it's basically telling you that the more samples you have, the more precise you can be with your measurement. So yeah, that's this, and then actually maybe I want to move this down here, and then I'll put it like this. So I'll take that. The lower bound is that number divided minus, not divided. Then we'll take that and add it. So now we have the average speed for, or the range of values for the medium male walk character. I should have duplicated this. Format average. So medium male walk. Actually, I can. No, I'll just separate it. So then we have medium male. Let's do medium male jog. And I'll also get rid of our sample data here because it's not needed. Okay. Then medium male jog. Let's just bring it up so that way we don't have to attack it. So medium male jogging, medium male. Oh, DaVinci Resolve. Need to switch to DaVinci Resolve. There we go. This should be much faster. I don't think I need to. I don't think I need to do the like multi-split thing.
Like that.
Like with the different windows, because
Jogging.
So there we go, 66. Let me also cut out the audio here. Right, I forgot these are quick samples because so I skipped far ahead into the timeline. So we have 1. So that's the moment it turns 0, right there. So 744. So let's go back to our spreadsheet. 744. 744. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering how exactly I am measuring the frames, let me go to my desktop so that way you guys can see. In this, I can actually, there's like a shortcut for this, which is change clip duration in DaVinci Resolve, and it will literally just tell me the number of frames. That's all I'm doing. So I'm just, in this case, I'm pressing Control D in DaVinci Resolve, and it will show this window. But in OBS, it's not showing up if I specifically switch between, you know, DaVinci Resolve being captured directly as a window. So yeah, 744 if I'm not mistaken. So medium male jog. So let's get rid of that. 774. So yeah, by the way, you can see here that we're not able to calculate in any sort of value for T out for the upper and lower bounds of this quantity because we only have one sample, which should make sense because it's like, how can you get multiple values from a single value? That doesn't exactly make sense. So yeah, let's now continue our measurements. Wait for myself to start jogging, so. Okay, there we go. We're gonna start jogging and we gotta look for when it turns 66. Let me remember to switch to DaVinci Resolve. Dear gosh, I am a good YouTuber, I swear, definitely. Anyway. Let's go. Oops, that's too far. Too far, still too far. There we go. 744 again. So, yeah, okay, let's go back to our spreadsheet. 774. Like that. It'll be really funny if the last sample is also 744, because if that's the case, the confidence interval will have a that will literally just be a single value. Oops. First frame, okay. Take that. $745. Yep, okay, 745 it is. Just off one for. Oh my gosh, I am a good YouTuber. I swear. You know what? I'm doing the window mode. I'm doing it this way because I cannot for the life of me. I just can't keep forgetting everything to switch everything. I'm gonna do it this way. Dear gosh, I'm sorry. $775. There we go. And this is our confidence interval. It's a little bit bigger than I thought it would be. Interesting. Let me look at that. Interesting. Yeah, okay. You can see here that it's because these times are actually, you know, smaller. So the reason why the other one has a lot of, you know, a very high, very precise measurement is because this, it's because of the values for our time are very long. So a one frame error in this thing is a very small error difference here, but because, you know, bigger denominator, smaller number, so yeah, in this case we have a smaller number and a change in one frame for this will be a bigger change in V. Yeah, so that's why the precision of this one is not as good as the other one. So the walking times will probably be very, very, very accurate. Now, here's the thing though. While, yeah, that it's not as precise, this could be improved by simply, you know, taking more samples rather than, you know, I still think that the regression model is not worth that much effort to go through. The option is there. The option is there for whoever wants to do it. But my gosh, it will take a lot of effort to say. And well, doing this over and over again where I just walk forward and back from this is, I mean, sure, it will take some time, but it's not that bad. It's not too bad, basically. Well, yeah, so there we go. The medium male walk and jog. What time is it? It is, wow, okay, it's that time. I've been doing this for 6 hours. You know, like I said, this is still relatively quick. So, okay, I also feel like I want to specifically, I kind of want to do it like, okay, I'm gonna do it like this. So it's like we have our walking data over here. We have our walking data here. And then we have our, let me do it like this. This will be our jogging. That way we don't have to split up the medium male and female, whatever. And then I will, you know, I also have to do like for gliding, so that will be another I just realized I'm... Well, I mean, I guess it's the main focus. I'll whatever. I don't need to show the other stuff, so I'm just gonna do it like this. So we'll do the jogging one here, like this. So that way I don't have to have like 20 different sheets in this spreadsheet. Alright, I think that's a pretty decent. Let's delete that. Hide that spreadsheet because we don't need it anymore. Duplicate. Format average. Actually, I could just copy this whole entire sheet here and not paste it there. Paste it here. Then delete these. Delete those. Alright, there we go. Now we can very easily reproduce this, but for different models. Next, tall male. And I can also rename our spreadsheet here. Our sheet there. So, there we go. Tall male. Let's go. Tall, jogging, tall, or no, let's do walking. Walking, tall male. Delete, we don't need that. Let's continue. And let me put this back to this, so that way you can see everything all at once, everything everywhere all at once. I don't know why I said that, but sure. Haven't actually seen that movie. Okay, walk, begin. Wait for the first frame to change. So 66, 66, come on. You can do it, Kave. 66, there we go. Let's take a look. Frame by frame until it becomes 0. 0. So, measure the time, 3301. Does the tall male walk slower than the medium male? I noticed the stride of Kave's stride was particularly... I actually don't even remember my old values that I measured. So you know what? I'll bring them up. I'll bring my old measured values for the that I had for everybody. So here it is. Let me just put it in. So that way you can see it. Here it is, spreadsheet. So, the tall male has a walking speed of this, and the medium male... Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, they really do just walk slower. Okay. Than the medium male. Okay, that's just how it is. Alright. I don't need that tab anymore. Alright. Let's continue. Let's do our second sample. Again, I would prefer to probably do more samples. I would actually do probably... I don't know. Maybe 10 or 5 per... Or maybe 5 seems a little small. Maybe... I don't know. I feel like... Because the standard in statistics is like, oh, the standard in statistics is to have a sample count of at least 30 for reasons that are a little complicated, but yeah, the standard is typically to have 30, but that is a lot of time spent walking back and forth on a 67 to approximately 67 meter distance. One frame at a time. Okay, that's the frame it changed. There we go. So, wow, okay, 3 3300. Exactly that. There you go. Oh, I think for Kave I accidentally did 4 samples. Oh, I can... You know what? I'll do 4 samples because I already did measure it and it doesn't take that long anyway. So Kave... Okay, when you begin walking, on the frame it changes. 67 to 66 right there. Then we'll consider this. Oops. Nope. Nope. Oh, I lost it. I'm stupid. Let me zoom out a bit here on the timeline. So that way we can see. No. Oh my gosh. 1 0 0. There we go. Exactly 33000. There we go. And we actually have another sample because I accidentally did 4 for Akave instead, which is pretty funny. Wow, we have 3 of them. Oops, not that. Oh, 330. 3,300. There we go. And with that, we're getting a pretty accurate value. Okay, that's tall male. Now let's do this again for... let's do this now for short female. So yeah, we can get rid of this. Short female walking. Okay, 67 to 66, like that. Here we go. Whoops. 3, 2, 1. There we go, like this. 3991. So 3991. Back, back, back. There we go. 67. 66. Three 3991 as well. 3991. Oops. Okay. 66 right there. There we go. 3992. Always gotta have that one that's slightly off from the others. And then, okay, now we'll go to jogging, short female. Okay. Just zoom in so that way I can actually see. Okay. 0 there. So let's do that. 826. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really talking too much because because you know I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. My voice is getting a little tired, just to say the least. 825. Okay. Oops. So, okay, this one's a little hard to see because I accidentally started just a little too easily, but you can still see when it changes, so the sample is still good. It's already 0 here. Let's go back. So 826, there we go. And there we go, average speed in the upper and lower bounds. And this is only with 3 samples, so I would prefer to, yeah, maybe I would prefer to do this maybe more like 7 times, like maybe more, yeah, closer, maybe 10 times. So, because I feel like 3 samples just a little too small. But you know, initially I was thinking I was gonna do linear regression for all of these people, and you saw how long that took. You saw how long that took during the start here. So now let's go ahead and do it for the short, or not short, medium female. Okay, there we go. Medium female walking. We're using Veressa for this one. All right, medium female. Let's go. Calculate like this. Consistent setup. Okay, start walking there. Let's just clean up our timeline just a tad. Zoom in real close. Wait for it to turn to 66. 66, there we go. Jump forward a lot, because, well, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. One, 0, like that. 3, 4, 2, 3. So medium female, 3, 4, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, just a little further. Go back. First frame, it turns 66. There we go. Oops, did not want to do that. Me too. Oh my gosh, dang it. Messed up. Okay. 1 and a 0. 3, 4, 2, 4. So 3, 4, 2, 4. I think this one I had an error in it, so let me. Yeah, okay, this is one where I had an error in it, so I had to redo it. $67. Turn 66 here. Like this, go all the way towards the end. 2, 1, and 0 right there. So 3, 4, 2, 3. 3, 4, 2, 3. There we go. Upper and lower bounds. Jogging. Let's go. Almost done. Jogging, medium female. Recording, teleport.
My parents always say.
Walking, running.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's see.
Let's go. Looks roughly in the middle.
So 0 right there. So 7, 3, 5, 7, 5, 3. My bad. 7, 5. 7, 5, 3.
Looks good. Okay, next. And yeah.
Start the game. Reset. Reset aim.
Did I only do 2 samples for this? I'm stupid. Oh, whatever. I'll do it. I'll probably do this in another, you know, like a part. I'll continue more with more samples on a part 2. But for now, I'll just encode what I have.
Aim. We're good. Okay, then we'll do jogging. Go.
Okay, 753. So right now we're just gonna end up with that. But yeah, that's only 2 samples. Unfortunately, I messed up and somehow thought, and somehow don't know, and I don't know how to count to 3. So that's great. Anyway, enough about that. Format average, duplicate. Let's do the tall females. I said let's do the tall females. Tall female. Let's go. Tall female. Where is she? Where are they? Jogging, walking, walking tall female. Okay. Don't need the audio, so we can get rid of it. Get rid of the audio. Okay. First frame it turns 66. Then the frame it turns into a 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. 0 right there. Whoops. So 3, 1, 1, 2. So 3, 1, 1, 2. There's that. Then $66. Okay, let's all right. Almost done. Oops, I'm being stupid. The last measurement that we'll do for today, because it's been 6 hours. So 133. There we go. Oh my gosh. Okay, we finally have all of our measured data. So let me go ahead and focus on the spreadsheet now. Let me put this here. And I think it's also worth summarizing everything. So let me put a summary here. So walking speed in meters per second. Walking and jogging. So we have model, medium male, tall
male. Oh, why not? And then we have short female, medium female, and then tall female, like this. Just do like that. Put that there. Then we're gonna go like this, medium male. Wait, I forgot how to do that thing. Give me a moment. Okay, it's called indirect. So indirect, we're going to have a string which will be this ampersand, and well, the position is always going to be this quantity, which is f4. F4. Hold on, I also need to see the how you do this. So if I do that, the notation is you put quotes, then we have a not, then we have like this exclamation point. It works with the space? Okay. Let me just double check. Yeah, that's the one. Huh, okay. Then, we're just going to... Hello, Karith. Unfortunately, I'm almost about to finish the stream, but I am simply just summarizing my... I am summarizing a lot of my data here. So there's that. Now, okay, that's cool and all, but I feel like I personally would want to have it display the error. So we have indirect for that, but I also would like to do, like, for example, I want to be able to have a plus, minus, oh dear gosh, plus and minus sign here. I would like to have the error bars in my measurements. I want it to be like 1.2 plus or minus 3 or something like that. Well, that's a terrible measurement, but the point is I want to display the error. I also would like to would prefer to use to round it, maybe to round it to that. Maybe we'll do it like this. Is there any use of measuring these? Oh, Karth, I'm mainly just measuring them so I can measure distances in the game. That's what I do. That's so the point of the reason why I'm measuring this is so that I can more accurately measure distances around while going around the game. That's really all it is. Yeah, okay, then I want to do, is there like an int to string or something? Reasonless behavior. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have called it that, but I am so far behind in everything. I am so far behind. I have not caught up on the Archon quest. I still have not done Nachlan. So there's plenty of stuff for me to do. I don't know. But yeah, it definitely would feel like reasonless behavior. Is toString a thing in Google Sheets? Google Sheets, number to string. Let's do that. Oh, to text. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll have this to text like this. To text, and we'll have like, what do you mean? Why are you freaking out? Does this not, oh, to underscore text. So yeah, now it's a text, and then I can take this thing here, put a ampersand quote plus or minus. And then we'll also do this again with an ampersand to text. We just need to change the specific cell. You're from India, by the way. Oh, that's cool. Nice to see you. So then we're going to do this, change. Oh wait, wrong. I took out the wrong one. So C4 here, then I want to change this cell here. So medium male, change that cell to be specifically this one. So that's F16. F16, like that. Math. Resonance behavior. Nah. Math. Yeah, I guess that's one way to put it. So. Oh yeah, I definitely can see why. It's definitely, I mean, to be fair, it is, I mean, who wouldn't call this resonance behavior, to be honest? Alright, we can now duplicate that, so now we have all that. So that's our, you can now see the error on that. Now all we gotta do is to change the cell. So for the medium male, go here. Then we'll check the average here is N. So we just need to change these to N. Like that, and now we have the jogging speeds. Why is it freaking out? No matches found. What? Oh, I haven't measured the tall male. Jogging? Did I really not? Wait. Did I not? Oh, I'm not done. I forgot the... Okay, so we're going to measure the tall male and tall female jogging speeds. I'm stupid. I was wondering why I was getting an error there. I was like, what the heck? That's not supposed to happen. Well, luckily this is pretty quick. Let me just do this. Come on. 3, 2, 1. Wait for the thing to start. 67, 66. Jogging. Wait for it to change to 66. Right there. Then we... Not that. We just need to find where this thing became 0. So 2, 1. 1 meter. 0. Right there. And there we go. 6, 8, 9. I forgot to switch to this other window that I'm using. Dear gosh, I know how to. Salute your dedication and patience. Oh, I mean, I've done. This is, to be fair, I've actually done more tedious measurements than this one. This one was only 3 samples for each thing, so it's not even that bad. It wasn't even that bad. Actually, SM considered significantly helps me in reducing the amount of work I was going to put into this by making me just do a simple average. So it's, yeah. Okay, let me go over here to jogging right here. What was the measurement I even did? It was, the measurement was 6, 8, 6, 8, 9, 6, 8, 9. Okay. Next measurement. Thanks. Thank you. Very much appreciate it. Do it. I do it a lot on this channel. I do it a lot on this channel. Oh gosh. 66. There we go. Change that. Two, 1, 0. 0 like this. 6, 8, 9 as well. Okay, wait for him to start walking and jogging. Well, not walking, he's jogging, so Come on. 66 right there on that frame. Do that. There. On 0. There we go. So, wow. This is okay. They're all the same, but this is only 3 samples, so would prefer that's yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, that's the tall male. Let's now do the tall female. I have been streaming for a while. It's almost been 7. Wow, I've almost been streaming for 7 hours. Okay.
Do a sample. We're gonna do the walking first, so it's gonna take a while.
Okay. Let's see.
Set aim.
Wait for it to start jogging.
And let's go.
Oh wait, this is the walking. I'm stupid. Jogging. I put the wrong one. Female, tall female model. That's the one I'm trying to get, please.
And make
6,
sure
7.
go.
There we go. 66. Right there. All the way to this. So 6, 7, 7. 6, 7, 7. Right? That was what it was? 6, 7, 7? Yep. Alright, next one.
Just to be sure, reset aim.
Come on, Mavwika.
Walk.
Jog.
Jog.
You can do it. You can do it.
So
There we go, 66. Almost done. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 1 to 0, like that. 6, 7. Let me also... I just realized I did not delete the audio. That was my bad. Let me just delete all that audio so that you don't destroy your ears or something. Okay, yeah, that's the one. So let's put that 6, 7, 8. Almost done. Last sample to calculate. Six, 66. Only 3 samples. It's not... I would prefer to do 10, but again, I've been streaming for 7 hours, so I would probably do that another day. Whoops. Where is everything? What's happening? Okay. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wait for it to change to 0. 0. 6, 6, 7. Okay. And now let's look at our summary. Why is it so tiny? What is happening? What? Oh, okay. Medium female. Okay, yeah. I definitely... Okay, so... let me do it like... Okay, so basically, these are the player speeds that I've measured so far. So if I go to the spreadsheet here, this is what I've measured so far. Let's zoom in a lot. Player speeds, walking and jogging for the various different models. I remember somebody earlier in the stream was wondering if Varesa had the same exact The walk speeds are definitely different. That's to say the least. And you know what? I'm actually gonna bring up my old data from the that I had on this. So let me go ahead and show it to you, show it. So here was my old measurements for everything. So if we take a look at this top corner here, because we're gonna focus only on the walking and jogging. I also put the standard deviations, but I think the error bars are more appropriate. So here are the walking speeds. Like that. And this is our new walking speeds. Or let me make sure to, let me put it in the same order or something. So that way we don't just, let me do it like this. So that way we can see it side by side. And I'll also, I'll just copy and paste these values or something. Pretty close to the same values I had. So you can see here we have, so yeah, they're pretty close, relatively close. Not, I mean, I do think, well, these ones I think are much better and more accurate than these. I would say these, even though I had more samples for the old player measurement speeds that I have, the thing about these values is that the thing about these values is that I think my methodology for measuring it is a little wonky. Could have been a lot better, so yeah. Anyway, you have error bars and whatnot. I also feel like I want to adjust these so that way there's a little bit of a space between them. There we go. And let's also give some space. There we go. So these are all of the, yeah, these are all of the speeds. Okay. Why'd you gotta get rid of the 0? Sorry, stretching. So yeah, I mean, I think so yeah, well, like, pretty much accomplished what I was trying to do, but I am definitely going to be splitting this. I'm going to probably be finishing, I would probably, yeah, I have to revisit this. So instead of I'm going to make this a part one because there's plenty more that I need to do. I still need to do the gliding speeds of everybody, so, or just the gliding speed. From what I can tell, it was all the same, so I only have one measurement for it. I need to remeasure these, so hopefully we'll get better, more accurate with that. And yeah, I still need to do that, and I would like to get more samples on each of these. So that's probably something for another day. I am pretty exhausted. It has been such a long time. It has been like, I think, I don't remember. Is this my longest live stream? This might be my longest live stream. Ugh. In any case, well, yeah, I'll probably be ending things off here. So, if you really liked what you saw here, you can always, yeah, what's it called? If you liked what you saw, you should like the video. It really does, or the live stream. It does help quite a bit. And well, I also do a lot of other Genshin science on this channel, so if you're interested in those things like various physics, engineering, and stuff, just mainly physics and engineering, but I do also tend to do quite a bit of statistics talk because you know, measuring stuff, you have to do statistics with it. Anyway, enough about that. Just in general,
I hope that you'll be willing to check out the rest of the channel if you find what I've done here interesting. So, yeah. How are you guys, I guess? How are you guys feeling? Because I'm pretty tired. How are you guys feeling? Okay, it's not my longest live stream, but it's certainly one of my longest. Okay, well, I guess if nobody can chat right now, yeah, just in general, I guess something to look forward to is that, yeah, just or you woke up an hour ago. Yeah, okay, differences in time zones can be pretty funny, but, yeah, or something. Yeah, so basically I guess what you guys can look forward to is that in the next live stream, I'll consider doing more samples. Maybe I'll try to get it to 10 or even or 10 samples, or maybe even if I'm feeling in the mood, maybe we can do 15 or even 20. I feel like, yeah, maybe around that much, maybe 10 samples for walking and jogging for all of the different models. Quite a bit more work to do, but I think that it will certainly help in improving the accuracy of everything. And of course, I still have yet to do the, what's it called? The gliding speed. So that's, again, more stuff to look forward to. I hope that you will, yeah, like I said, if that sounds interesting to you, you can feel free to subscribe and stuff. I don't know when I'll be able to live stream. It's probably not, well, no, I don't think, definitely not next week. Maybe, I don't know, I'll see. I have to see before I can say anything. So, but yeah, definitely had a lot of fun this time. It was quite long, really long, and it's funny that I even partway through I almost went with a different measurement method. Oh well, we'll see. Dear gosh. Well, yeah, I guess if there's not much else for me to really say, so I'll probably just be ending the live stream like maybe right now or something. so yeah, cuz yeah, I'm tired. The VOD will be up. Well, it's a long stream, so the VOD will take some time to, you know, load. But in any case, I'll leave the VOD up, and yeah. All right. So yeah, I guess, yeah, that's really about it for now. So thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoyed. Yeah, have a nice day. Good looking forward to your next videos or streams. Oh, hello, Rio. Take care. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Haven't really... It's nice to see you all. So yeah, if you want to see more of the stuff, or I don't know, because I don't know, some of you arrived late, you can always check out the VOD. All right, yay, we're done. All right, see you guys. Thanks for watching, and hope you've enjoyed.